Good afternoon, everyone. The joint meeting of the Sacramento City Council and the Sacramento Youth Commission will come to order. Would the clerk please call the roll to establish a quorum first for the City Council?
Thank you. Councilmember Ashby?
Here.
Councilmember Warren?
Here.
Councilmember Harris?
Here.
Councilmember Hanson?
Here, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Chenier? Councilmember Guerra? I see Councilmember Guerra online. Councilmember Jennings?
Here.
Councilmember Carr? Councilmember Carr
hear
is
me?
also visually online, and Mayor Steinberg.
I am here in the chambers. Thank you very much. I would like to welcome and thank the chair of the Sacramento Youth Commission, Amanda Kawada. We will be, Emily, just say, I'm so sorry. Emily Kawada, if you could please call the roll for the Youth Commission, or Ms. Wemberly, if you would do that, please.
Good
I will
evening.
establish quorum for the Youth Commission.
Chair Kawada,
Here.
Commissioner Galvez,
Here.
Commissioner Lee,
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez, Commissioner Marr, Commissioner Rye,
Here.
Commissioner Shoemate, Commissioner Sabio, Vice Chair Piper Pell,
Here.
Commissioner Kalon,
Here.
Commissioner Flanagan,
Here.
Commissioner Erickson,
Here.
Commissioner Tao,
Here.
Commissioner Burkhart,
Here.
and Commissioner Marr.
I can visually see Commissioner Marr online.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Before we get to the joint part of our meeting, the City Council does have a consent calendar in front of it. Is there a motion and/or a second on the consent calendar?
There's a motion, Mayor, from District 7.
Oh, we do have 40 members in the queue to speak on the consent calendar, so we are then going to move that to the end. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right, then we are going to move right to the part of the late afternoon and the evening here, and I'd like to give the honor, if you will, to my colleague sitting appropriately distanced to my right, Jay Chenier, our council's youth champion, to give some opening remarks here that.
Mindy, I'm sorry. I don't have a microphone. Tap your screen.
It should be on now.
Oh, it's on the screen?
I see Mike muted.
Okay.
I just turned you on.
Okay, great. Sorry.
Okay. To set the stage for this historic hearing, because I don't believe that the City Council has ever had a joint meeting with its Youth Commission before. And Jay, this was your inspiration together with the young people, the young adults. And why don't you start us off here?
Sure, Mayor. Thank you very much. And I also want to thank our youth commissioners who are here and all the youth commissioners who have joined us virtually. You know, in most areas.
We can't hear Jay, Mayor.
There you go. There you go. All right. When I said I didn't have a mic, I meant I didn't have a mic. That's okay.
I turned your mic on, it's just not physically.
Right. All right. Let me start over again. Thank you, Mayor, again. And I want to thank our youth commissioners, the chair and vice chair who are here tonight, and all of the youth commissioners who are joining us virtually. I'm actually excited about tonight, and we talk a lot about making sure that when we make policy, those who are most directly impacted by the policies are part of the process in decision-making. And, you know, our young people, which probably account for about 40% of the population in the city of Sacramento, have not had that opportunity in many ways. And, you know, we have moved pretty far in the last, I'd say, 4 or 5 years about including young people at various levels. I think our Summer at City Hall program, our 1,000 Strong program, and many other programs that we've put together have been really important, and young people have come up with recommendations. But I think most important really is involving them in the actual policy process. So as we pass policies that impact them, they have something to say about that. You know, it's easy to say youth are our future, and certainly they are, and hopefully they will be taking care of us at some point later rather than sooner. But I think it's important that we listen to their voices. We have seen over the last probably 3 years a real uptick in youth engagement and youth voice across the entire nation. And Sacramento has been no different. And I think we can be a true leader in that. So I know the Youth Commission has been working hard to develop their recommendations for tonight, or at least their talking points. I think this is a first in a series of conversations, and I hope this is actually an annual meeting. Mayor, I think we should do this actually with all of our commissions, because we do appoint very smart people who are dedicated to the city of Sacramento, both on the Youth Commission and Planning Commission, Parks and Rec, all of those. And I think it would give us a better opportunity to really involve them in the policy process. And I'm excited that we're starting with the Youth Commission. We have a couple things that we're going to do tonight. I know is kind of hear their priorities that they've taken, what's most important to them in this time of COVID. Talk a little bit about their continuing involvement in how we spend the COVID dollars. And I think importantly also just understanding how they feel about what's going on. For all of us, this has been difficult. I have to imagine for young people, particularly those in high school, who were seniors and have not had the opportunity to participate in so many of the senior activities, this has been really difficult. So what I'd ask, Mr. Mayor, if we can, before we turn the gavel over to our chair over there, that we just give a few minutes for some of the commissioners if they want to talk about what they're feeling right now and what they're going through and how they perceive what's happening. And I don't know, Emily, if you want to call on people, you could do that, or we could, that's probably the best way to do it.
It's a great way to start. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Emily Kawada. I am chair of the Sacramento Youth Commission. I represent District 1. We'd all like to thank you, Mayor, City Manager, City Clerk, and other city council members and other city staff for being here. I would like to open up before we start our talking points with an icebreaker question for the youth commissioners of how are each of you and your constituents feeling about the current situation, as Councilmember Chenier mentioned. So I will start off first. I would like to say that I and the rest of my council district support the Black Lives Matter movement and these protests, and we see that there is a lot of good progress and it's the first steps to making positive change. I also want to say that I appreciate the safety precautions in these protests with everyone wearing their masks and trying to do social distancing to the best of their ability. I want to say that I hope people stay safe when they get home, even after the protest, to wash their hands and, make sure that they are safe. I also want to commend the good use of social media from all of the youth and organizations for the fundraisers and different uses for promoting Black Lives Matter movement. I also want to mention that this month is Pride Month, and I do sit here representing part of the LGBTQ+ community, and I want to give my support for the Pride movement as well. And it's a shame we can't have the Pride Parade officially, but I still stand by the LGBT community. So that's it for me, and I will pass the mic to Commissioner.
Emily, I realized that I forgot one very important part of how we always start every meeting. And I thank Councilmember Jennings for reminding me by text here. But would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Oh,
You know,
okay.
rise. Thank you.
So please stand.
Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
And justice for all.
Thank you very much. Please continue. Sometimes we have to improvise.
Yeah. So I would like to pass the mic to Commissioner Galvez. If you could introduce yourself and also answer the question of how each you and your constituents are feeling about the current situation.
Commissioner Kawada. Hi, I'm Erica Galvez. I'm from District 2, from LGBTQ plus brothers and I would like to say a really difficult thing to be going through, especially with the COVID-19 quarantine, and then having as well as the injustices going on, not only in our system, but in our streets. And speaking on Pride, I would like to say happy Pride. You know, it started in the streets, and we will stay by our Black brothers and sisters in the streets, making sure that we are all safe and happy so that we can celebrate Pride as it should be. Thank you. I will be passing it on to Commissioner Lee.
Hello everyone, my name is Goldlight Lee and I represent District 2.
You speak.
I would like to
You can speak
express
up
my
just a little
solidarity-
bit, please.
I would like to express my solidarity to the Black Lives Matter movement. Although I can't go out right now because of the COVID-19 happening, because of high-risk members, I have been showing my support at home. I have been signing petitions and I have been finding ways on how to support at home. I would also like to say that it is Pride Month, and I would just like to show my support to all the LGBT plus supporters out there. Thank you. And now I would like to pass it on to Commissioner Rai.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to express my unwavering support for the Black Lives Matter movement and all Black youth in Sacramento as the District 4 Commissioner. And I urge Council, Mayor, and the District Attorney's Office to listen to Sacramento, the people, their needs, and their demands in this time, to hold officers accountable and to divest from and defund SAT-PD in favor of community-based, non-police alternatives. And I know personally, I've lost friends from having discussions about racism and white supremacy, and therefore I'm celebrating my first Pride Month right now with less support than I anticipated. And so I'd like to take this time to highlight the impact that these issues, and every issue really, has on young people. And so I hope this short meeting will not be our last. And on behalf of myself and other Sacramento youth, I'm still waiting for words to turn into action, and I hope this meeting is a good first step. And I will pass the mic off to Commissioner Arriaga now.
Hi everyone, my name is Tanya Arriaga. I'm from District 5, and I have been trying to stay as informed as possible. But due to COVID-19, I haven't been able to protest. But I want to express my solidarity with the Black Lives Matter movement and the LGBTQ plus community. I'm trying to stay as informed, keep those around me as informed as possible, and spread as much reliable information as possible. I would like to pass it to Vice Chair Piper Pell.
Thank you. Like Commissioner Rice said, this is Pride, and this is also my first Pride Month out as a member of the non-binary community, and I would like to express my support for all LGBTQ youth. You know, this is a tough time for us. Again, like Commissioner Rice said, I want to give my unwavering support for the Sacramento Black Lives Matter movement. I've been able to attend a few protests over the past weeks, and I feel not just myself, but as fellow youth have been overwhelmingly disappointed in the council's lack of action during these protests. And I would like the council to discuss and adopt the policies put forward by the Black Lives Matter movement at a meeting that Councilmember Guerra has proposed to discuss with the public present current policing policies. And I think it is important that we have to include a diverse coalition of people in discussions about the CARES Act money as well as our policing policies. And with that, I would like to turn it over to Commissioner Kylon, also of D6.
Hello, commissioners, council members. My name is Commissioner Caitlin Kylon from District 6, and I'd like to express that I stand with the Black Lives movement. Many of my constituents and many of the youth are very proud in supporting the Black Lives movement, are very determined to get things done. I also stand with the Pride movement because during this time, many youth are feeling uncomfortable and are issuing mental health issues because of the lack of support and the lack of things that are happening right now. I worry for all those youth because of the COVID-19, and I hope everyone is safe at their homes. I'd like to pass it down to Commissioner Flanagan.
Thank you, Commissioner Kylon. And I would like to begin to say that I fully support the Black Lives Matter movement, as well as the LGBTQ community. And I can see right now, due to the protests, that this will bring a historical change for our country. And I can only hope that it will bring a better future for us. And by these protests, you can see the connection being established between numerous communities, and you can see diverse people coming together and being able to take part of this movement. So it's really great to see, especially coming from an individual who's not able to go out there and protest due to family members being high risk to COVID-19. But I support the movement by going online and raising awareness for it. And I also participate in group chats with youth constituents to talk about the movement and discuss what we wish could happen. And I would like to say thank you, and I hope everyone stays safe out there and remains appropriately socially distanced during COVID-19. And I would like to pass it on to Commissioner Erickson.
Hi, everyone. I'm Commissioner Michelle Erickson from District 7. I just want to say thank you to everyone for having us here tonight. It really means a lot for us to have this joint meeting, and I'm glad we could actually have this. I, along with many of my constituents in District 7, have shown our support for the Black Lives Matter movement, whether it be going out and attending protests or signing petitions and donating money and keeping those around us informed of what's happening, because I know there has been some criticism of what's been going on, but I think what's most important here is changing our country for the better and ensuring that everyone is treated equally regardless of the color of their skin. Also, along with many of my fellow commissioners, I'm also celebrating Pride Month for the first time being out, and I would just like to express my full support and celebration with all members of the LGBTQ+ community. And I hope that next year, hopefully after this COVID-19 situation is all over with, we can finally go out and support each other in a Pride Parade fully. And with that, I would like to pass it off to Commissioner Tao.
Thank you, Commissioner Erickson. I am Commissioner Tao representing District 8. Currently, I am in support of many things, but I'm also not in support of it. For me, I am currently having mixed feelings, and so that's kind of keeping me on the fence on the current situation of the U.S. It gets more complicated. I would leave it here and pass it over to Commissioner Burkhart.
Thank you, Commissioner Tao. My name is Jordan Burkhart, and I'm a mayoral appointee. I fully support the Black Lives Matter movement and the LGBTQ+ community. Though I'm not able to physically go to the protests because I do have family members that are of high risk to COVID-19, I'm active on social media, and as a Native Youth Ambassador for the Sacramento Native American Health Center, I have been discussing with the Native American community ways in which we can support this movement and make important and much needed change in the way the police and justice system mistreat our communities of color.
With that, I will be passing it off to Commissioner Mar.
Good evening. My name is Commissioner Mar from District 3. And with my recent lack of social media, I haven't been as up to date. But the fact that the majority of Sacramentans came to stand in solidarity as they peacefully protested racial injustices in height of the current coronavirus outbreak, it's amazing to me. And it's also amazing to personally catch another glimpse of Sacramento's resilience, as countless volunteers recently worked with the Downtown Partnership to help restore the city as well as its small businesses. I am unable to see the other commissioners here, but if someone would like to go, the mic is all you.
So I'd like to say thank you to all of the commissioners who are here, as well as Vice Chair who's sitting with me at the dais. I just want everyone who's on the call and anyone who's watching to know that youth voice is heard, and we are taking steps to really advocate for what we believe in. Since we went through all the commissioners on the call, I think we can move on to the next item on the agenda.
Well, thank you.
Oh, okay. Sorry, go ahead.
No. Is that okay if I just make a brief introduction, and then I'll turn it right back over to you, okay? Because we want to, I think this was a very appropriate and important, more than an icebreaker, actually, because this is the issue that is heavily weighing on our minds and in our hearts. And to hear the commissioner's perspective for me, and I know for my colleagues, is very grounding and very eloquent in terms of the message here, and really the solidarity that we heard. So one of the opportunities that the city of Sacramento has, because of our positive growth over the past decade or so, our population as of 2018 was listed by the U.S. Census Bureau at 508,000 people. And so when the Congress and the President negotiated the federal stimulus package known as Stimulus 3 back 2 or so months ago in the midst of the coronavirus, they said that any city with a population over 500,000 would qualify for direct aid. So as I often say, the difference between $499, $999, and $508 is a world of difference for our city, because it's $89 million based on a formula, 89 plus. Now, it has some restrictions in that it has to be spent by December the 31st, and it has to be used for relief related to the impacts of COVID-19. And it can't be used on anything really that we had planned or budgeted prior to COVID-19. So a couple of weeks ago, as mayor of the city, I put out a letter that said, as a template, that we ought to consider focusing on small business assistance, youth and workforce development, housing and homelessness, tourism, arts, and the creative economy, and set $20 million aside in each pot and have $9 million for miscellaneous or to add to any of the pots. And the council agreed to that basic framework, but now the hard part comes, which is how to actually spend this precious money. It's one-time money. There may be another stimulus package, but there may not. So we, Councilmember Schenirer, and I and the council agendized this item with you, which is review of CARES Act relief funding for children and youth, because at least $20 million is set aside in that general category. And as Councilman Schenirer said at the very beginning of the meeting, we should never be making decisions about you without you. And so I'd like to turn it back over to you, Madam Chair, and to help lead the discussion among your colleagues and have a way at us. And maybe we can combine 3 and 4 here, because they really are related. How we should spend the money, and also, number 4, what process should we be using? Not only now, but going forward when it comes to our decision-making around budgets, for example, to ensure that your voice is not just heard this one time, but is always heard. Oh, here. This is yours. Let the record reflect that I happily handed over the gavel to Chair Kawada.
Thank you, Mayor Steinberg. Going on what you were talking about with the CARES Act funding, we each looked at the plans and proposals for programs and services that could be aided by CARES funding. We've had capacity building conferences with all of the commissioners, and we have had these sessions to discuss different recommendations for the distribution of these funds, especially regarding the $20 million you allocated towards youth and workforce development. We have decided that the best way to spend the CARES Act money is in our 4 buckets, which we have listed as mental health services, youth jobs programs, summer programs, and education. So each of our commissioners have reviewed and will be discussing these vital programs and services, and we would like to continue these discussions beyond today's meeting to continue to advocate youth voice in our government. So I would like to start off with our mental health bucket, starting with Commissioner Flanagan.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the introduction, and thank you, City Council members, for allowing us to come here today and use your voices to talk about the numerous topics we are faced with currently. I represent District 7, and I would like to begin this discussion by addressing youth mental health in our current community. This really impacts me because I've known individuals around my age that have faced difficulties with mental health but lack the information regarding it. I also believe that right now there's a very large stigma surrounding youth mental health and that we need to help address that by creating campaigns, such as the Talking Helps campaign, as well as mental health-related services to create a safe and secure avenue, such as referencing the CARES Relief Act, but especially in areas that may not have easy direct access for help. Commissioner Erickson and I would like to recommend interactive one-on-one sessions for individuals hosted by the youth of Sacramento from high school to college in order to create a more comfortable and open atmosphere to discuss what they may be facing currently, rather than sharing it with adults, since it can be intimidating at times. Prioritizing this resource would help eliminate the stigma we are all facing right now and create a safer environment for youth in Sacramento, especially considering this difficult time we are currently in. On that note, I would like to pass this on to Commissioner Tao to discuss more in depth regarding the topic of mental health.
Before we move on, could I ask that, thank you, the commissioners, for sharing. If I could ask you guys to try to slow down for clarity. Also with the microphones, it's not as clear. So thank you again. And, just please be sure to pace yourself. Don't be nervous. We're all here to listen and we're all supporting you. Thank you. So
thank you, Chair Kawada, and thank you, Commissioner Flanagan. Again, I am Commissioner Tao, representing District 8. To expand on, or to go in a bit of more of a depth of what mental health is, or like the problem of mental health and its impact on the youth is how social media is impacting us youth. Social media creates a comparison of us or oneself and a group of friends to someone who is seen as perfect or better in their vision, which brings down their self-esteem. Self-esteem, even though it is overlooked a lot of the time, plays a very big role in mental health by the fact that they don't have the confidence to work and to become better in their own way. Another one of our recommendations from me, Commissioner Flanagan, and Commissioner Erickson is to present more hotlines to students, mainly because when we present 1 or 2, it doesn't reach out to enough students, and which leaves more vulnerable students to search for help when they actually encounter that issue. And I would now pass it on over to Commissioner Erickson to also talk about mental health.
Commissioner Tao. Again, this is Commissioner Erickson from District 7, and I will just be expanding and summarizing upon what we want to see with the City Council when it comes to helping with youth mental health. So all of us have seen our family members, friends, classmates, all suffering from different mental health issues, whether it be feeling too much pressure from school, work, or other activities, or just struggling with self-esteem in general, like Commissioner Tao was talking about. But most importantly, many of these youth who are suffering from mental health issues are feeling that they are alone, which is just compounding their struggles even more. And because we, the Youth Commission, believe that no one should be struggling alone, we've cultivated a few key recommendations for the City Council here tonight. To expand a bit upon what Commissioner Flanagan was saying with the plan for kids to talk to other kids, we want some of that funding to go to professional training for youth like us, like high school students or college students, in order to talk to other youth, because we know that many times, more times than not, kids want to talk to other kids rather than feeling pressured to talk to like their school counselor or another adult. So we want to see professional training for youth to talk to other youth. And to expand upon what Commissioner Tao was saying, we want to see more resources allocated towards youth, like whether it be hotlines or campaigns across social media and such, because I know that Commissioner Flanagan and I personally participated in the Talking Helps campaign here in District 7, where we essentially set up different like signs around the community in order to let people know where to get help and how to get it. That's pretty much what we all have for the mental health bucket. Now I'm going to open up to any council members if they have any questions regarding what our plans are.
Mayor, I'm going to suggest that we let these young people walk through all of their recommendations and then come back to us. If that,
Sure.
Does that work for you guys?
When we were planning, we originally thought the flow would work better if
You
we
wanna do each
had
one?
each topic and then
Okay.
moved on to the next
Okay.
topic.
All right.
Well, then let's hear from the members of the City Council who have not had yet a chance to speak in general about the meeting or what they would like to get out of the meeting. But I would also ask you, colleagues, specifically to address the mental health component. I guess I have one quick question. Have you put a price tag next to your proposal for peer training and to hire, the way I heard it, to hire peers to act as counselors to one another? Very powerful idea in the mental health field, by the way, really powerful. But what's the proposal here?
Yes, so we've actually been talking to Councilmember Chenier a lot about this. I think he has a plan that we will probably talk about in a few minutes. We also don't have a price tag for everything that we're going to be discussing because we would like to ask for more time at the end of this meeting for us to review and make more recommendations with prices around them. So I guess I could pass it to Councilmember Chenier to talk about his proposal with peer mentoring.
Okay, well, I would like to do that, but Councilmember Ashby was up, I know, first and had been waiting, so I'm going to call on her first. Councilmember Ashby, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks, Mayor. First of all, I would obviously be remiss if I didn't start by saying how proud District 1 is of Chair Kawada. I had the pleasure of having her intern for me last year as well. She is a dynamic leader, really proud of her and her work here, and agree with her wholeheartedly on her representations. Emily, you're doing a fantastic job and making us very proud. I have really one comment, but first, Emily, you went just a little fast. Would you mind repeating the overarching buckets? I know you have mental health and jobs. Can you run through those buckets one more time? I know we're talking about mental health now, and you all did a wonderful job of explaining to us what components you wanted to that. But would you tell us each bucket category again?
Yes, so the 4 buckets we have are mental health services, youth jobs programs, youth summer programs, and education.
Okay, great. And then, Mayor, I have one thing I'd like to ask, and I guess now is just as appropriate a time as any. Would love input from any of the youth commissioners on this, which is kind of why I wanted to go early or speak early, is because I received a message today from some of the leaders of the Black Child Legacy campaign, and they are asking us tonight for to consider giving them $2 million of the COVID-19 money to assist with youth gun violence prevention. Some of you, I know the council members are aware, some of the youth commissioners may be and may not be, that there is a problem in the city right now with gangs, and that the gun violence has really kicked up over the last several days. And so specifically inside of the Black Child Legacy campaign, there is a group called Healing the Hood Violence Prevention Collaborative. And that group is asking for some help from us, from the COVID-19 money, because they believe this is related to folks being cooped up in the COVID-19. And like you have been talking about here, mental health issues. They would like us to consider $2 million to help them curb gun violence and be out on the front lines during COVID-19, working with the youth engaged in this. And I would love to hear what the youth think about that. I personally would support it and would really like to ask our city manager to consider how we might add that $2 million into what we're doing for youth, in addition to the things that we added in the last week or so that are so important around child abuse, domestic violence, digital equity, suicide prevention. We did talk a lot. I think we put specific money towards the youth crisis hotline, or at least I asked that we do, and the summer programming and jobs. So great job from the youth. That would be the thing I'd like to add to this category, if at all possible. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Let's add that to the conversation, and certainly to request a report back from the city manager to look at the specific budget and the idea, and to.
Sorry.
It's okay.
So just to clarify, we're asking to add the $2 million to the early wins discussion we had in the previous week, not as part of the longer-term discussion.
Well, not necessarily. Well, it's
my ask, city manager, would be, well, first of all, I'm asking the youth to weigh in, but second of all, yes, if they agree with us, then I am asking that the $2 million be added to the early wins, because this is really urgent. It's happening now.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Yes, for the Black Child Legacy campaign, yes.
Okay. So other members, Councilmember Warren wanted to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to, first of all, just say it is a pleasure to be in a council meeting with our youth commission and my two appointees, Ms. Lee and Ms. Galvis. Thank you. I think you're representing our community very well and making us proud. As it relates to the mental illness question, I completely agree with our Madam Chair, Youth Commissioner, that sometimes it becomes very difficult for young people to express themselves to adults and people who might be more of an authority figure. And sometimes, in fact, quite often, when youth have challenges and issues, the first people they talk to are their peers, their friends, their peers, other people their age. And so I am completely in support of their request. I think it is very reasonable. I think it's well thought out. And I think it's something that the council should engage in. And I think that anything we can do to help them communicate effectively at this very challenging time, dealing with the COVID crisis, dealing with all the issues around the protests and the marches, trying to make sense of a country that's still trying to define race relations, improve upon them, is a very challenging time. And so I'm in full support of them. And I just want to thank them for their participation in this discussion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Warren. We have Councilmember Jennings, and then Vice Mayor Harris. Yes, we have the Vice Chair of the Commission.
I just wanted to real quick speak on Councilman Ashby's proposal. I'm not sure the ins and outs of the city budget, but I know that you guys recently approved a request for $10 million more of funding for the SAC PD. And if you can't find the money for this program within our CARES Act funding, if you could find it within that new funding request for the SAC PD, I think that that money would be much better spent in a community organization as opposed to the SAC PD. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start off by letting all of our youth commissioners know how proud I am, and I'm sure all of my colleagues are, with how you introduced yourself today and all of the incredible support you're giving to Pride Month, that you're giving to the LGBTQ community, that you're giving to Black Lives Matter, all the issues that are on the table right now, your support of them and your involvement in them and speaking up for them makes me very proud. And it makes me know that our leadership in the next generation is promising. So I applaud each and every one of you for your comments this evening and for your work and for being a commissioner and representing the area and the district that you represent. I'm really proud and looking forward to continuing to hear from you as it relates to the 4 areas of youth summer jobs, youth summer programs, jobs for the youth, mental health services, and education. I'd like to hear more about all 4 buckets. The mental health services, I think that's one of the top programs that we need right now. And we've started one in District 7, as our commissioners know. And we'd like to work with the commission to make sure that if it's not about us, then it should not take place. If we're not involved in the process of being decision makers, then it should not take place. Nothing should affect the youth that you don't have a voice in. So I know that'll be a conversation that we'll have a little bit later as we go through the meeting, but I'm glad that we're having this meeting. And Councilmember Chenier, I would say that I would recommend strongly that we not meet just once a year, but we meet at least twice a year. 1, to set the agenda, and 2, the second meeting would be to make sure that the agenda has been achieved that we set at the beginning of the year. And if not, give us some time to be able to fix it. So I would say at least 2 meetings and potentially 3. I wanted to put that on the street. I also want to put on the subject as far as the Black Child Legacy campaign, the Healing the Hood violence. While this meeting was going on, there was another shooting that took place right today, right this evening, right as this meeting is going on. And advocates are going into the community to try to see if they can resolve the issue. So to Councilwoman Ashby's plea for the $2 million that could go into helping us to deal with the issues that are right in front of us, that we know are COVID related, from people being tucked in the house and not being able to do the things that they normally do. We've seen a recent uptake in street violence and gun violence in Sacramento. And it's imperative to give the resources to the front line that can go out there and help our youth, help our community, help our citizens to intervene. And many of these people are out there working on with no money whatsoever, but they're doing intervention work that is allowing us to not have as much violence as we could have. And Sacramento has been very fortunate in that having a 2-year run of 0 homicides, which is unprecedented in its success. In order to continue that success, we're going to have to make significant investments in our youth to make sure that we continue to have the kind of success that we've had. And we've got to invest in the people who are on the front line in the street right now. So each one of us as council members got a letter from Kim Williams that explains in detail the $2 million request, which I support. And I want to make sure that we add this. And I too, as Councilwoman Ashby said, want to hear your impressions on the use of that money and the use of this COVID money to put it towards this cause. I want to hear your impressions on that as far as what you think about that as well. So I just want to let you know I'm proud of you. I like the agenda that you have in front of us. I'm enjoying this meeting and hearing your responses, and I'm looking forward to working with each and every one of you as we support you to your success.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Jennings. Vice Mayor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to say that the commissioners present very well. You're all clearly thoughtful and inquisitive, and I think dedicated to relating to your peers. And I really appreciate you taking the time to bring this discussion to the council. You know, as far as mental health goes with youth, youth is a time to develop your socialization skills, and the COVID-19 pandemic is a real interrupter to an extremely valuable and important time of your lives. To be in isolation in your youth and your adolescence is a pretty painful situation. I know I see it in my own daughter, and I think that your idea of peer counseling is a very, very good one. I'm definitely in support of that initiative. I think you've come up with a valuable idea. The problem, of course, is that to do this, you still have to be safe. You still have to be mindful of this pandemic, which is definitely not over. And I have a great concern about a lot of the demonstrations that happened because people were not socially distancing. Only about half the people that I saw were wearing masks. And time will tell exactly how virulent coronavirus is, because I personally, and I think a lot of the mental health, or not mental health, but just health professionals are worried about an uptick in our cases of COVID-19. You know, just on the other issue of street violence and so forth, and also regarding the protests, myself and Councilmember Jennings and Councilmember Carr grew up in the civil rights movement. We were adolescents. We were young, and we were growing up in a very, very turbulent time in America. And here we find ourselves in conditions that are not dissimilar to what we were facing then. Will Smith said that racism hasn't changed. We just film it a lot more. And you know, that comment really hit me right between the eyes. The fact of the matter is, we are still facing the same strife that we were facing in the 60s, and in fact, throughout the history of America. You know, I heard at one of the protests, actually the NAACP protests, that racism is a birthmark of America. It's actually a birth defect of America. And it is my hope that we're definitely at an inflection point in our history to actually tackle this and really tackle it and get past it. The time is long overdue. And when I look at this youth commission and listen to their remarks, it's very clear that your generation is totally ready for a change, that your vision for America is different. It's different. It's more progressive. It's a different vision. And I laud you all for your efforts to become youth leaders, because this is your country. You're about to inherit it, and you can make the change that you vision. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Rye was next on the list.
I'd like to address a few things. First, regarding what Councilmember Ashby said, I actually had the pleasure of working a bit with the Black Child Legacy Center last summer, and I agree with what Councilmember Jennings said about how it is imperative that this is something we act about now. I also would like to echo the sentiments of Commissioner Piper Pell, as based on my work with the Black Child Legacy Center, I would agree that that is an example of crisis intervention programs, community-based anti-violence programs, gang prevention, intervention, and recovery without police involvement. And so things like that should also definitely be kept in a conversation in the next coming weeks and months as we discuss more about police involvement in our community, as I know that many Sacramentans are very passionate about that right now, and we'll be discussing that later on in the public comment section of this meeting. And I'd also like to agree with Councilmember Jennings about meetings doing these joint sessions. Honestly, I would say as much as possible. Obviously, there's logistics information to worry about, but as I said earlier, really everything impacts youth as we're going to grow up and inherit the future that the current generation that makes decisions is in control of right now. And so I'm of the belief that everything impacts youth and everything involves youth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Councilmember Steve Hansen.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to join my colleagues first in thanking the commissioners. First, for your very strong support for Black Lives Matter and the current moment that our city, state, and country face. But secondly, too, as the first openly LGBT city council member, I am very proud to see so many of you embrace and support the LGBT community. As it was noted, is born somewhat out of not just protest, but out of being different and having to confront a society that doesn't accept nor support you, and often shows that or manifests that through violence. And so I think that it's remarkable that we're able to have these conversations during Pride Month because of the intersectionality of so many of these issues. So thank you for your leadership. As we learn more about your recommendations, I think the Black Child Legacy proposal is one that certainly I know Mr. Carr, who hasn't spoken yet, but brought this to us a few years ago, and we funded a complementary program with the County of Sacramento. I believe it was $750,000 a year for 3 years, if I remember correctly, maybe a little bit longer. But I do think, though, if you see our inboxes, you see many requests from other providers who do youth work. We got a request earlier from Shauna McDaniels, who, I don't have it in front of me right now, asked for support for some of the work that they're doing through, sorry, let me just pull it back up, for the Sojourner Truth efforts, Sojourner Truth African Heritage Museum and the pop-up work. And we've heard from a lot of various youth providers about the need for support for pop-ups. And my question to the commissioners is, as we try to reconcile all the various requests, which are all somewhat important, how do you prioritize what's most important for the at-risk youth in our community? And how would you prefer that the city prioritize, whether it's through our programs, whether it's through nonprofit programs, through potential programs offered by schools, or maybe innovative programs offered by Youth for Youth? And so as you grapple with some of these questions, I welcome your input, and I'm just very happy to see that our future is so bright. I am at the moment still the youngest member of the City Council, but I do not qualify for the Youth Commission. So I look forward to ongoing dialogue here. And I wasn't alive during the Civil Rights Movement, like Jeff Harris mentioned some were, but I think we are living through a very important moment that will shape the future that we all will share, but that you will probably help us through as you come into these jobs, and I encourage you to continue your public service.
Very good. We next have Councilmember Guerra, and then we'll go back. Is that okay, Madam Chair? Okay. Yeah, I have a comment after Councilmember Guerra as well. So go ahead, Councilmember Guerra. I'm sorry, I had Councilmember Carr. Guerra, then Carr, then me, then Chenier, and then back to the Youth Commission. Okay. Councilmember Carr.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank the commissioners for the hard work that they have put in looking at the needs of our youth. And it strikes me as being very different from the experience that I had growing up. I recently, well, a few years ago, went back to my 45th high school reunion. And I went to one of the first integrated high schools in Virginia. And I was interested in going because I wanted to get the perspective of my classmates on the civil rights movements of the 50s and the 60s. Where were they? And what I found out is many of them did not even realize there was a civil rights movement in the 50s and the 60s. And I see that's very different from the young people that we have here today. You are absolutely aware of what's going on, and you're taking positions on it. And I find that to be very gratifying. The second thing I want to tie in a little bit with what Councilmember Hanson said, and that is governing is making choices. And what we need from you after we finish this list is what are your priorities? What are the greatest needs? And within the mental health services area that you just provided us with the briefing on, what's the highest priority need? And where does the Black Child Legacy Campaign to Prevent Youth Violence fit into that? Is that the highest priority need? Is it peer-to-peer counseling? Is it training for youth? Is it a hotline? Or is it a campaign? So within mental health, you've outlined the things that you would like to see. What I'd like to hear from the commission members now is, what are your priorities within the mental health? And as we move forward through youth jobs, summer programs, and education, what are your priorities there? Emily?
So that's a question directly for the chair in terms of what specifically are the priorities within mental health. I think you did describe that, but why don't you go ahead and do that again before I turn it to Councilmember Guerra?
Yes, so our commissioners mentioned that their primary concerns for mental health are the peer counseling sessions, as well as more access to resources regarding mental health and more activities that we could have to help our youth cope with these mental health problems and talk to other youth to help relate and show that we are not alone in these situations. I hope that answered your question. I guess.
In priority order?
Okay, we'll move on to.
Emily?
Yes,
Yeah, sorry.
go ahead.
Emily, were those in priority order?
Were those in priority order, what you just described? They all
They
go
all
together.
go together, yeah. We didn't make a list of priorities, but we all believe mental health itself is something we should tackle together.
But putting real money behind peer-to-peer support is something concrete and something that is desperately needed out there in our community.
Yeah, that's what the Youth Commission is working with our adult allies, because money is a very much kind of in the adult world, and we're working with our adult allies to understand how to use money and take advantage of these opportunities. So I think Councilmember Chenier has a proposal.
He will have a proposal. So I guess we're awaiting, this is all the prelim, if you will, to a specific proposal in just a few minutes, Councilmember Carr.
Okay, and one more question then.
Okay.
Youth violence, where does that rank in terms of concern for youth? Is that a high priority, a low priority, a medium priority? Is that ahead of a Talk It Out campaign, or is that peer-to-peer counseling, or is that fall behind it? Where does that fall?
I'm a little confused on the specifics behind youth balance. Oh,
Youth
violence.
violence.
Oh, I heard balance.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of this we discussed stems from mental health, and we want to start at the root of the problem and try to figure out, where all of this is stemming from, so that we can, try to resolve things before they even start.
Very good. So prevention, Chair just stated, I think, a very key priority here, prevention. All right, Councilmember Guerra, your comments, and I've got one, and then we're going to go through the other three categories, maybe a little more quickly, because I think, no, seriously, the members, it's been great, but our members especially, I think, gave their overview of their thoughts on working together here tonight and in the future. So maybe on the other three categories, we can move through it a little bit more quickly. But Councilmember Guerra? I know. Eric? You're on mute, Eric. That will be added to Webster's dictionary, by the way. You are on mute.
I believe you're off mute. It seems like the council member is having technical difficulties.
Technical difficulties?
Can we send a youth commissioner to help him?
You're off mute. Up. There you go.
Can we hear?
Try there. Yeah, we hear you. Go ahead, Eric.
Okay, perfect. Good. Sorry, had my headset still connected here. No, first of all, I want to thank the commissioners. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm really inspired, not only by all the commissioners, but by my District 6 commissioners, Commissioner Kailan and Commissioner Piper Pell, Vice Chair of the Commission, and to see how not only have you taken the opportunity to be active and being advocates, but also to go beyond that and thinking about policy. And I think about I agree with Councilmember Carr and Councilmember Jennings about the efforts and the work that we need to do in the Black Child Legacy Project, and the coalition building that is happening here is inspiring. And one of the folks that first talked to me about the Black Child Legacy Project was Supervisor Phil Cerna. And it's interesting how full circle this comes, because when I was right out of college and right out of high school in college, it was actually his mother, Isabel Cerna, who was a force to be reckoned with, who saw me protesting. And not only, it was almost an admonishment that it's not enough to just protest and to be active and to be vocal, but to engage in public policy. So thinking about all of this and seeing all of you here, what's inspiring about the commissioners here is that you're going beyond just using your voice. You're going towards already critical thinking and problem solving. And I think that is the big takeaway tonight, is that you're finding solutions and not afraid of saying that it may not be perfect, that you are going to try and push things forward. I'm also just overwhelmed by the level of diversity on the commission and your again working together with each one with different points of view, different experiences, different parts of our city to find solutions for all of our youth here. And so I feel that this proposal and your efforts are going to be fruitful. I only have one question, really, and that is, have you thought about engaging the health partners in this realm? Have you thought about how does this fit into the current continuum of care and working with some of the health systems that are trying to do some of the preventative work? And I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Before I answer, I would like to reach out to the commissioners who spoke on this topic. If any of the commissioners would like to speak to answer this question.
If not, you want to try to answer it?
Okay. So from what we've discussed so far, I believe that we do want to reach out to other healthcare types of organizations. I think the main priority right now for us is to continue outreach and programs to help the youth. And, again, going back to Councilmember Shanir's proposal to get professional training for the youth, which would be through the other health organizations.
Maybe we're going to hear more about that from Councilmember Shanir when it's his turn in just a second. All right?
Well, thank you, and I appreciate that response, and at least, and also just, I mean, the more you also collaborate in different funding sources, you can build momentum of other partners that want to support your efforts. So that's, I think, the only encouragement I would say. And again, I think you guys, all of you are inspiring. The fact that, again, you're being very vocal, very direct, but not only saying, what you want, but how you think it should be executed. And so with that, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the commissioners.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Gray. I just want to make a comment before I turn it over to Councilmember Schenirer. One of the great things about this kind of forum is that we get to educate each other. You're educating me and all of my colleagues. And maybe it can go back the other way a little bit here, too, in terms of just what I grapple with as mayor and I know my colleagues grapple with. So Councilmember Ashby, Pro Tem Ashby, comes forward with a really important proposal and says $2 million because it's based upon a letter from a constituent who's very active in the community, says this is what we need in order to fight this gang violence. And so I listen to it and I say, I am all in favor of that, especially because what's going on in the community now, the cause itself is important. And as you said a moment ago, any prevention that we can do or intervention can save lives. But I also sit here and I don't know whether or not $2 million is the right number. And I'm also thinking, just like Councilmember Hansen said a moment ago, okay, what are all of the other things that are stacking up that may be equally compelling or equally important? And so I guess my takeaway in terms of this is that what I would want is for the city manager and his team to look at the specifics of the proposal, including the budget, and to see what is needed to meet the need out there. And not just, and I'm not suggesting you would or anybody would, and Councilmember Ashby did the right thing because you've got to provoke the discussion and put the proposal on the table. But now the next step, I think, is to not just accept that number, even though that makes me kind of feel bad and like, oh no, now you may think I don't support it. But this is what we do, going back and forth. So I would want the city manager and his team to go back and really scrub it. And by the way, to scrub it to make sure that we're not spending in more than we have to, because any money saved out of the $2 million could then go to other youth initiatives. And by the way, to recommend whether or not the money should come from CARES, which is a precious fund because it's one time, or as you suggested, Madam Vice Chair, from the existing budget. Even, I know I'm treading on real sensitive ground here, even from the police budget, because that's part of what they do is intervene in and around gang-related issues. And so, and we have to move quickly. It's not like a 6-month discussion. That's like coming back next week. But that's what I would want to see, and I wouldn't want anybody to come away, if that's what we did, like disappointed, like, oh my God, they didn't do what we thought was right. But this is part of and we are always, as I like to say, impatiently patient. It takes a little bit of time, but we always push because that's the way you actually get things done. So I just wanted to say that because it comes up all the time here as we budget dollars that are precious and limited on the CARES side and limited on the general fund side, although we can always define priorities differently, which is what, Madam Vice Chair, you were suggesting a moment ago.
Mr. Mayor, may I chime in here?
Yeah.
Just to piggyback on the mayor's comment too, is from a staff perspective, the councils, the policymakers, they're giving direction based on the conversation here. So what staff is going to do, and this is, the mayor hit on it early. So the discussion is adding this $2 million based on the proposal I haven't seen yet. out of CARES Act funding. So the criteria that was set out early on, we need to make sure that it's eligible so we can spend it appropriately. And if not, we need to identify other spending and budget categories, whether it's police, general fund, utilities, public works, and come back with our best recommendation. And one final note is, I have Dawn Holm, our finance director, online. Maybe she can speak to this $10 million that I've been hearing about lately in terms of an allocation for the police budget. That, in fact, is not accurate. It's part of the collective bargaining agreements and union contracts we have with the police department is that over multiple years, there's increases set in there and benefits. And so what happened with this fiscal year 21 budget was exactly what was agreed upon by this council in terms of their agreement, their labor agreement that expires next year. So outside of those increases, the only add that we had for fiscal year 21 to the police budget was for mental health services. And I'd like to have Dawn Holm, our finance director, just chime in just for a second.
Please.
Thank you, Howard and Mayor and council members. What we did this year with the budget was a continuation budget. All we did was grow what we have today to make sure that we had the right dollars to fund it starting July 1. We didn't increase services. We didn't add any positions in the police department budget. The one thing is that we actually, the reason the $10 million number comes up is after council adopts the budget, all of the money needed to operate the fleet for the police department, the fire department, public works, those dollars are taken out of the operating budget and moved into multi-year projects because most of our vehicles take more than a year to acquire. And so that allows us to secure those funds. So that was 3.3 million difference of the 10. And this remaining 7 is actually the labor increases for fiscal year 20 and 21. It was a timing issue from when the contracts were approved and when we actually added them to the financial system. So $4 million was to account for labor increases in 20, and $3 million was for police increases in 21. We did not actually add any positions. The only thing we added in the police department was funding for an existing position in the mental health team of about $183,000. No other change other than base budget adjustments were made to their department budget.
Perfect. Thank you, Dawn.
Thank you. Okay, so now I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Schneer to sort of wrap up the mental health piece. We're then going to go through the other buckets, maybe a little faster, and then we'll keep going. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Emily, for teeing up this proposal. And I want to be clear, and I'll be relatively brief on this, but I think a few important points here. One is it's not my proposal. It's come from a number of community-based organizations, and I want to provide that list. It's a letter that the council and the mayor got today, and it comes from Cities Rise, Jody Johnson from Blacks Making a Difference, Deborah Odo-Kent from Health Education Council, David Heitzman from the LGBT Community Center, Heidi Strunk from Mental Health America of California, Rachel Rios from La Familia, Stacy Alt from Race and Gender Equity Project, Stacy Anderson from Pro Youth and Families, Daryl Roberts from the Roberts Family Development Center, David Bain from NAMI, Sacramento, Lisa Yang from EBASI, Sacramento, Javon Wilkes from California Coalition for Youth, and Marcus Strother from Mentor, California. So basically what's happened is a number of these organizations have been working together for a while, and based on some survey work that Cities Rise did, which said two important things. One is that 65% of the young people they surveyed did not know who to call if they needed help. So that's just a startling data point. And I think Mr. Jennings' work around really getting the information out is something that addresses that communication effort. The other point was, and as the chair said, that young people want to talk to young people. That's their first priority. So what this group did is they put together a proposal that would hire young people and train them as, I mean, you teed it up perfectly, so thank you, that would train them as mental health support workers within their high schools. So this actually gets us to a couple of different things. One is we would work with one high school in each district, plus 1 or 2 continuation schools that take young people who are probably most at risk from around the city. It would train at least 10 young people at each high school to become these support folks. So it would be jobs, and so it's our workforce development piece gets a kick out of this, as does just the overall health of all of these high schools. It's $1 million all told, which would take care of it through the entire school year. Each site would have a lead site facilitator, 10 to 15 youth. So we have between 100 and 150 youth who would be trained and have jobs within this sector. And what a great career pathway that would be as well. So my hope in doing this, and if my council colleagues will indulge me, I have one proposal that I'd like to make in each of the 3 buckets, not the education one, but mental health, jobs, and summer. I'll do those as we go, and hopefully I'll be able to build a proposal that we can all support tonight. And I will include direction for the city manager around the Black Child Legacy dollars. I think those are really important.
Yes.
But I don't believe we had a specific budget that was included with the proposal, so I just think there's some more information that we need. But what a great program, and I think when Chet Hewitt from Sierra Health came to report on it last time, great results that were very data-driven. So definitely something that I would want to do. I just would want to do a little bit more work that we'd ask staff to do. So with that, I'm going to stop on this piece. I know we have a few other things that we want to talk to, but say we do have a proposal submitted by all of those community-based organizations that would do exactly what the Youth Commission is recommending. And I would add to that dollars for continued outreach and education work that Mr. Jennings is doing that we can, I think, spread to the entire city. And that's about $300,000 is the estimate he gave me. So it's about 1.3 on the mental health side. But and as we did in other areas, staff would have to look at it and go through and have those discussions and then bring it back.
All right. Thank you.
Mayor,
So
can I ask Jay a question?
yes.
Jay?
Yeah.
Councilmember Shamir?
You can call me Jay, it's fine.
I know you have been you've done such a great job during COVID too, just really a great job working with all the different school districts and youth programs. And I know you probably know more about this than I do, but I know Natomas Unified is planning on doing a leadership program as part of the summer back to school programming that we're talking to each of the districts about. Is that included in what you just described, or would that be separate from this one?
No, that's separate, Councilmember Pro Tem. What that is the $2 million that we put in as part of the $28 million that we're hoping for district match to do summer programming. That's where that lies.
Okay, and I know they're going to do the match. So this would be separate from that, but still a great idea. Really love it and support it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Just wanna
this would
make
actually
sure
be training young people for the fall when school starts again. So hopefully the 10 high schools that we would work with would open up with 10 to 15 young people as peer support networks within those schools.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Good job, Jay.
That's great. Thank you. Commissioner Ride, did you have a comment now, or can I turn it back to the chair to go through the other 3 categories?
I just had a brief comment.
Go ahead.
About what council members bringing up priorities and in relation to funding and budgeting, and I think it all just circles back to layered and multi-level discussion between us, the Youth Commission, and our constituents and the City Council, since things like youth programs, youth violence prevention definitely needs to have input by youth directly, but we can't really, I'm sure myself as well as I'm sure other people on this commission would be more than happy to work more on making a priorities list of issues that we think are important, as long as we have the information of all the community organizations that are requesting money in order to expand or create, since like the topic of discussion currently was the Black Child Legacy campaign, but then Councilmember Hansen brought up another organization, but that's just information that we didn't have before, but it's something that we would definitely like to have and have be able to give our input on.
Thank you very much. Let me turn it back over to the chairperson and to go through the other three categories, and then we'll turn it back to Councilmember Schenirer or the City Council. And of course, your colleagues can comment on any of it as well.
Yeah, so very briefly, I want to thank all of the council members for this amazing discussion. It's really interesting to see all the ins and outs of the government, and as Mayor Steinberg said, we are all learning here, and I think it's a really important opportunity, just us sitting here at the dais or on the conference call like this, to really learn about, you know, the budget and the specific circumstances regarding using the budget. I think it's a really good opportunity for all of us, and we hope to continue to have these kinds of opportunities. So with that being said, the proposal that Councilmember Schenirer talked about leads really nicely into our next bucket, which is about youth jobs. So first we have speaking will be Commissioner Sabio, but unfortunately she could not be here, so I will be reading her speaking points to hopefully get these across. So I'll start with youth jobs. Commissioner Sabio says, as she represents a student who has limited job experience and she wants to help pay for necessities as we begin to live life independently. So Commissioner Sabio says that her peers have also voiced concerns of getting a job and reported that a May 2020 survey of 222 young people identified employment such as resume building, career building, etc., and 37.39% as an issue of importance. She also reports that in a May 2020, the next one is in a 2019 Youth Jobs and Resource Fair survey of 100 people identified employment as an issue of concern at 24.75%. So she says that without experience or accessibility to jobs, they won't be able to be financially secure. In this way, she means that youth need money to pay for things like school, cars, or even help their family financially. Commissioner Sabio says, from personal experience, I know what it's like to live paycheck to paycheck and worry about food being put on the table. So Commissioner Sabio's main point is that she wants more access and awareness of work experience programs would aid the youth and could also help in the stimulation of Sacramento's economy. So building on that, I would like to pass the mic to Commissioner Piper Pell.
Thank you, and I just want to say on the mental health piece that peer counseling is absolutely an important part of this youth job aspect. And I would like to voice my support for Councilmember Gueda's plan for Future Mobility Center in South Sacramento that would provide quick training for not only people laid off because of COVID, like adults, but also youth out of high school, and provide internships for people in high school to get job training on the economy of the future, the green economy. And this would provide much needed investment in communities of color and lower income communities that have often been left behind in the past. And I think we should also invest in paid internships for high school students, like summer at City Hall, I believe, but work with a way to make that workable in the COVID situation. With that, I know Commissioner Lee has similar concerns and would like to also speak on that, so I will pass that off to her.
Thank you, Commissioner Piper Pell. Hello, everyone. My name is Goblade Lee, and I'm one of the Sacramento Youth
Commissioner Lee, can I interrupt you for a moment? Can you speak up into the mic? It's hard to hear you on the Zoom call. Thank you.
I would like to have this moment to thank the mayor and all the council members for allowing the Sacramento Youth Commission to voice our concerns on youth-related issues today. In May 2020, there was a survey taken by 222 youth. 37% who had identified employment as one of their issues had acknowledged the need of assistance with resumes, skill building, and career building. From my perspective, as the oldest daughter from a low-income family of 7, I know that my parents cannot equally and financially support each child's needs and interests. Based on the responses of my friends and peers, they have also found it hard to depend on their parents and have struggled to find ways to explore these different opportunities. I also want to state that pre-COVID-19 and during this quarantine, the issue of the youth workforce has been impacting this youth in the city of Sacramento. My recommendation would be to prioritize fundings towards this youth workforce because the youth needs guidance now. Especially during this quarantine, we know that our youth will have more free time. We can use this time to promote confidence in our youth as they prepare for adulthood. We need early resumes building and work skills program because we are aware of how easily discouraging it is for our youth and adults to find employment. Our youth is not going to become the future. We are the present. Thank you. And with this, I would like to pass it on to Commissioner Arriaga.
Thank you, Commissioner Lee. Talking with other youth around my age in my community and just listening to the other commissioners, I think it's clear that we have concluded that there is an importance in addressing the need for job opportunities and job preparation programs for the youth. Many youth, including myself, are responsible to support themselves, their families, and schoolings, and many aren't aware of that the city offers these programs in the first place. Being able to promote these programs through schools, community centers, and social media assures that many youth can get the support needed to take advantage of these programs, especially now during the COVID-19 pandemic. I know a lot of youth don't have access to the internet or have the knowledge of the existence of these programs, making it hard for the youth of our communities to take advantage of them. Hopefully, you guys will take our recommendations into consideration. And thank you, and I will pass it to anyone who has any questions or comments. Thank you.
So if we could quickly do any of the council members have anything to say regarding youth jobs?
Mayor, can I chime in?
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem
All
Ashby.
right. Thank you. First of all, I just want to say to Commissioner Lee, I hope I got that right, from District 2. I love what you said. You said that you get kind of frustrated. People say youth are our future, but you're here right now in the present, and I love it because one of my least favorite phrases. I hate it when it's just a pet peeve when people say the future is female, as if the present isn't female. And so what you said really resonated with me. So I love that you're thinking that way. We're here right now. We're not something that's going to happen in the future. We're here, and you guys are speaking up, and you're involved and engaged, and you're doing it right now, not sometime later when you're old like us. So good for you. And then, Mayor, I just wanted to quickly say that I know some of the folks, of course, all my colleagues know this, but I don't know if the youth commissioners know this. Obviously, Emily does, the chair. But for as long as I've been on the council, which is a long time now, 10 years, I have run a youth advisory committee, and it started off pretty small. It was a couple dozen kids when I first ran for office and when I first came in, but now it's between 800 and 1,000 kids every year. And everyone involved in that program gets work experience. Many of them get hired. We have paid internships for half a dozen or more of them, and they get real experiences. So it's very helpful to them when they're trying to find a job. We also help them with jobs. We also have a workforce development coordinator that helps them. And I think that it's probably time to take that program citywide. That youth advisory committee it stands the test of time. There's a cost to it, but I'd be more than happy to work with the city manager at what that cost would be to go to all 8 districts or to go citywide. I know others have taken swings at some youth commissions. It's very hard to do without the funding behind it. You really need adults in the program to stand up all the things. And we have youth that help us run our farmers market, that help us run our movie nights and our all of our concert events and venues, and they do a lot of work in the parks, but they also are engaged in the day-to-day office in our business. As the chair could tell you, to be an intern in my office is to be fully engaged with the rest of the team and to show up at tons of events, and you get a lot of work experience. So I would love to see us invest in a youth advisory commission that is citywide, that provides work experience and connects with school districts. Kids that are involved in that also get things at graduation that acknowledge their commitment and how much they've done in the community. So I'd be happy to work on that if at any point other districts want to have it or we want to go citywide.
Thank you. That's a great offer. I think you ought to take Mayor Pro Tem up on that. Okay, let us move to summer programs and to education to get through those two categories, and then we're going to, again, try to move towards action if we can.
Can I add something before you move on, Mayor?
Yes, of course.
You know, the COVID-19 has shut in a lot of our elderly, and they have no means to participate in civic activities or any other activities. The council has allocated resources to get computers in the hands of those less fortunate and our elderly, but they have very little technical ability to actually use the computers. It seems our youth would be an excellent facilitator of that, of teaching the elderly how to use the computer. Today I got a COVID-19 test, and I signed up on the internet. And I think that people who do not know how to access Google or Project Baseline will have any chance of signing on. So another job for our youth could be to make contact with those elderly people in the underserved communities, help them sign up, and then help them arrange for transportation to get to the test. So there's some opportunities that clearly fit within the CARE umbrella for our youth to get jobs and employ a lot of youth in those jobs of identifying people who need to be tested, arranging for their transportation, and then providing technical assistance so people can engage fully in our civic life. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. I think that's a great suggestion. All right, let us now go to the last two categories of a potential proposal here, and that is summer programs and education.
Yeah, so thank you again for everyone who spoke on this subject. I want to move on to our next bucket really quickly. For education, we have Commissioner Mar speaking.
As an attendee of the public school system, I would like to address the current issue regarding education. And I'm exposed to many different people from many different socioeconomic classes every day. A public school education is made to make education inclusive to all and hypothetically level the playing field for students who lack access to technology, strong Wi-Fi connections, or Wi-Fi at all, standard school supplies, a safe learning environment, and supportive, trusted adult allies. And as 60% of those surveyed at a recent job fair see education as an issue of concern, and 41% see resources as an issue of importance, it's unfair that as a result of COVID-19, students who depended on these resources now have to watch their education suffer as a result of their lack of resources. Students shouldn't feel pressured to strain or overwork their mental and physical states this coming fall when these resources are given the same standard as pen and paper in a math class. COVID-19 has only highlighted how this imbalance is a strong determinant and how stark the contrast is in success regarding more than one simple high school education, but their futures. And to further tackle the education issue, I would like to introduce fellow Commissioner Kailon.
Thank you, Commissioner Mar. I would like to further explain about the importance of student and teacher relationships. The role of the teacher in education is to help students grow in knowledge and in character, regardless of their connections only through by a grade. However, with their connections, they can go much further. Having a good mentorship between teacher and students can overall empower a student to their full potential. During this pandemic, many students with low socioeconomic classes and of different races are currently struggling to keep up with their studies. Many of these students have been impacted by the events that are happening right now, as discrimination and the unemployment crisis are currently harming them in their learning. These students cannot communicate their struggles with their teachers. If these students do not trust their teachers, will understand. These students will not communicate to the teachers that they need help if these students do not trust that their teachers will help. With a good adult mentorship, students will be able to talk to their teachers about their need for help and communicate their thoughts. With these summer programs, I hope that students will be able to communicate and gain bonds with these teachers so they can communicate their thoughts. I want to strengthen the summer program recommendation and the tutoring session recommendation by placing the same teachers in these roles, the same teachers from the school in these roles. This will encourage bonding with students and teachers because students will be able to see their teachers as they are transitioning to their school. In addition, students will be able to have reliable, safe spaces where they can talk to these teachers who transition from their summer programs to their tutoring in order to help them with their communication and their need for help. I truly believe that education is one of the important things right now because a lot of education, there's a huge educational disparity gap between classes of low socioeconomic classes and those who have resources. Because those who have resources are able to access online tutoring, online practice, and books that will help them close the educational gap and meet the standard they need to be at. Those who lack resources are unable to reach these resources and are being put further and further behind, not because they lack the amount of effort, it's because they lack the resources in order to understand these items. Thank you, and does any council members have any questions or concerns?
Any questions or concerns on the education presentations? All right, let us move on then. Thank you to summer programs.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Councilman Guerra?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick comment, and I appreciate Commissioner Kailan recognizing that in many of these situations we have to look past the individual silos of one government entity, and the fact that our schools and our city government need to be working in conjunction together, particularly during the summertime, when traditionally, even without COVID, many of our students fall behind those without the resources. So just want to say thank you, Commissioner, and great work.
I know Councilmember Hanson had a comment or question.
Well, I just want to follow up real quick on what Eric said and suggest that there might be some opportunities to work across those silos that have already been underway, not just through some of the things we've talked about now, but also through some of the arts programs the city has funded through our initiatives for teaching artists in the schools and in the community. And so whether it's an artist in residence program or other things, we are trying to figure out how to move forward. And I know that arts traditionally isn't seen as a core part of the academic calendar, but I believe in the STEAM model of science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. And so I don't know if the commissioners have thought about the healing nature of art and the practice, not just of some of the visual arts, but the performing arts and other opportunities. But I would be very interested in how we could plug some of our arts education work into this concept.
Very good. There is a lot of overlap, obviously, within and between categories. And again, we find that a lot in our city budget deliberations. And in fact, we're very deliberate oftentimes about trying to find those intersections, because when you can meet multiple objectives at the same time. So that's a really important point. All right, let's go to the last category, which, again, these aren't that, they're discrete and they're not discrete because they all kind of relate to one another. Go ahead.
So we'll be moving on to youth summer programs. Starting off, we have Commissioner Rye.
Hello again. So what I'd like to talk about is not just the creation and expansion of youth programs, but the implementation of them, since the visibility of programs available to young people is really essential. From personal experience, until I did summer at City Hall last summer, which my dad told me about, I wasn't able to discover it on my own. But until I participated in that, I didn't know about a lot of programs that were available to Sacramento youth, including this Sacramento Youth Commission. And so I'm very sure that many other youth across the city have had the same problems about having knowledge and thus access to youth programs that really do improve your life. And in my opinion, there's no use expanding programs if ones already available aren't reaching the eyes and the ears of youth who would benefit from or even really need these programs. Going back to what we discussed earlier about prevention and youth violence, basically everything we've talked about today, what we're about to get, mental health, youth jobs, quality and accessible education, youth programming is all part of prevention and community-based systems to help prevent crime and violence. And so I recommend prioritizing resources for the outreach and development of youth programs from both the CARES funding and, in the future, other funding and resources that may be freed up after really listening to the people of Sacramento. And with that, I pass it on to Commissioner Galvez to talk about the impact of these programs on us youth.
Thank you, Commissioner Rye. Hi, I'm Erica Galvez. Again, I'm from District 2. And when discussing youth programs, we need to make sure that we are actively engaging and reaching youth of color, engaging youth part of the LGBTQ plus community, and making sure that we create safe spaces for the youth, because being involved is extremely scary when you aren't necessarily educated on how a system works, and one can feel very inadequate participating in a program or in a system that is not intentionally made for them. The other point that I wanted to make is when we're talking about the youth, to also make sure that we're inclusive with the youth. I understand that many of the smaller youth from 0 to 5 get ignored in both budget and counting, but we also need to make sure that if youth of my age, I'm 19, I'm a college student, that youth from my background are also included in both planning and implementation of youth programs, because we are just as important as any other youth, and we are even closer to our adult allies in our adult positions. And we also need to make sure that we are creating available resources, making sure that we can spread as much information as possible, not just in English. Sacramento is an extremely diverse city. We need to make sure that it is available in as many languages as possible and as many forums as possible. You know, there's a lot of forums besides Facebook and Instagram. There's a lot of ways to reach youth. We also need to make sure that we understand the youth, because our generations may seem conflicting, but we are there to make sure that the future is bright and that the future gets better for future generations. And as our Commissioner Lee said, we are not the future, we are the present, and that we want to make sure that the youth are present and heard by our adult allies and our council counterparts. Thank you, and I'll pass it on to our mayoral Commissioner Burkhart.
Thank you, Commissioner Galvez, and to the City Council for allowing us to speak today. I will also want to talk about the importance of youth programs. Youth programs are important because they directly impact youth, with what my fellow commissioners have been discussing, like providing mental health resources like the Circles of Care program at Sacramento Native American Health Center, and employment opportunities. In May of 2020, the mayor's proposal CARES of after-school enrichment programs was essential. And now, because of COVID-19, we specifically need to focus on and put all of our resources into youth programs to address and to make sure we meet the needs of Sacramento youth. Right now, the Youth Commission needs additional time to consider the many youth programs in order to make further recommendations, and I believe this is something we'll be talking about in the next agenda item.
Go ahead.
Do any of the council members have any questions or comments? I see that Council Member Chenier has something to say. So.
Very good.
Thanks. So I want to thank all of the commissioners. I think you guys were incredibly articulate and prepared, and that's very much appreciated. I will answer Mr. Jennings, who wants to do this 2 or 3 times a year. I'd be happy to do that. Just to note that it took me 9 years to get to the first one. So, but if we want to do it a couple times a year, I think that would be great. I'm actually going to make a motion, if I can, and see if that moves us along a little bit. And I will address, I think, a lot of the things that our youth commissioners have said, as well as the next item, Mayor, about how we come back for more here. So here's the motion. One is that we address the mental health piece, and understanding, Mr. City Manager, that all of this needs to be scrubbed both through our city attorney to make sure we're COVID eligible, and then just the numbers themselves. So I would expect, as you bring back most of the $28 million worth of programs that we did, we can include this at the same time, if that works. Is that appropriate? Okay, great. So first, on the mental health issue, we look at the proposal that was given to us by, I don't know, the 20 or so community-based organizations. You have a copy of that, and I'm sure, I think the contact is Jim Keddy. So if you have questions, going to Jim, I think, would be the appropriate thing. Again, that, as the mayor said, I want to emphasize also that a lot of these carry over. So if we can have 100 to 150 youth jobs within that, that takes us into the workforce development piece as well. So that's a piece of the mental health. The other piece is to work with Mr. Jennings. He's got $300,000 that he's asking for, and that's really around the communication and education part. And again, going back to this data point that 65% of the young people that were surveyed didn't know who to call. That's just a startling number that we need to get after, and I think Mr. Jennings has done a really good job of that in the South area, so how do we spread that? So that's piece number one, 1.3 million on mental health issues. On the jobs program, I think what I'd like to do is ask that we add $500,000 to what we've done so far. So Lindy Lane came to us with a $250,000 proposal that was for 400 jobs. What I would see is that we can triple that up to 750 jobs, and not necessarily all during the summer, but that we go 250 during the summer, 250 in the fall, 250 in the winter, so we can continue to employ young people. And also, I want to address Councilmember Carr's idea. That would fit in perfectly with this because the jobs are COVID related and because of the impacts of COVID. So things like that, we could work directly into it. I'd like to, so that's item number 2, that's $500,000 to expand that program. The third piece is around the pop-ups. So we did, as a reaction to some bad things that were happening, we understood how much young people need to be somewhere, particularly on weekend evenings. We know that many of them are going virtual, and we don't know when they'll be able to be in place as we go forward. And we also know, I think, that we've done some training, not enough, with the folks who are running the pop-ups around the youth development campaign and those pieces. So what I'd like to offer, and I think this will require some work from YPCE, is up to $2 million to continue the pop-ups through the summer and in the fall at least, see what that buys us. Understanding that it should be less expensive to go virtual in some ways, so that's some work that we could do, but also to make sure that the demographics of the pop-ups reflect the demographics of the city. We did not do a great job of that the first time around, I think, and I hope nobody gets mad at me for saying that, but like for the Latino community, I think representing over 30% of the population, but only 15% of the young people that were using them were Latino. So whatever we can do to work with organizations to make sure we get that, and that's a discussion I had with Mr. Guerra this afternoon. We want to make sure we get there. So that is up to $2 million. So we have 3.8 million there. I want to note that we have already invested 2.25 million $2 million for the partnership with the school districts that Ms. Ashby was talking about, and $250,000 into the initial job program. I'd also like to add into the motion that you take a look. I think there's broad support for the Black Child Legacy Fund to invest in that. But as the mayor said, take a look into the nuts and bolts of the proposal and make sure that we're going in the right direction. And then I think reflecting a little bit of what Mr. Hansen said, there's a lot of crossover, and how we leverage our dollars is going to be really important, I think, particularly around the creative economy, where that could be more jobs. It could take the arts into some of the other pieces that we do, summer programs and things like that. So that's the first piece of the motion. It will be interesting to see how we work through the rest of the dollars in the $20 million bucket. I know that there are something like 55 proposals on the workforce development, and that money could go pretty quickly. What I'd like to do is work with the chair and vice chair to make sure that their recommendations, as they work through a lot of the other options, and you have some good work that's been done, which is in the agenda tonight, and other things you want to do, to come back, maybe not doing a joint meeting, but to come back and present to the council what your recommendations are, so we can kind of fill out what that bucket looks like. I want to make sure that we have additional dollars for youth. I don't have an exact amount, because if I said the amount I'd like to say, I don't think I could pass the motion. But I definitely think that we need to invest more in our young people. But also we have this crossover. Some of the proposals on workforce are both adult and youth, and that's jobs as well. So we want to work with you, and I'm happy to do that.
Councilman Schneider, I have one clarification on the pop-ups. It's up to $2 million. That's going through the summer or going through the fall?
Well, I think that
Year-round.
if we can get to year-round, I don't know where we are because of the virtual piece of that and the training of the actual cost. I think that's changed, but
You would hope you could do it year-round
for the $2 million.
for the two, in total, because you remember, well, I don't remember what the annual cost is, but you would think if we have to go virtually for longer, that there might be more economies of scale, and that's why putting them into it. But I think the commitment from the city and this council is to do the pop-ups year-round. That's what we want to do.
So let's see what
let's size it. Price it.
Mr. Mayor, I'll second the motion.
Okay, give me 1 second. I got one more thing, Alan. Is that I think Ms. Ashby makes a good point. We should learn from what we do well. And Emily, you are the perfect person to work with us on what it would take if we wanted to expand the act. So I don't have a dollar amount for that. A few of us have tried that, and she's right, it takes money and resources. So what would it take if we wanted to create the youth advisory commissions across the city and learn? And again, I'm happy to work with you and Ms. Ashby's staff on what that looks like and have that come back to us as well. So that's my motion.
Okay, Eric, Councilman Guerra seconded, and I believe.
That was
was
Councilmember
Alan
Warren,
Warren.
but I do have a question really quick for Jay.
Yeah.
Jay, I want to, great motion. I was prepared to second it too, but Alan beat me to the punch. But I just wondered if this probably isn't even necessary as a friendly amendment, more just a clarification. But everything that you mentioned is really important, but some of them are time sensitive. And I just wanted to make sure that we address that. So the programs that are for the summer and also the gun violence stuff that Rick and I talked about with Black Child Legacy. I know we need to review it and see where the budget is and all that, but it's also time sensitive. So I just want to make sure that we include that direction in your
Sure.
to our staff.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great question. Thanks. The mental health stuff, the hope is that we would be ready for the fall when school starts so that we can get that going. The pop-ups, as the mayor said, year-round. The job program, we have put $250,000 in, which are summer jobs, and the scaling part I would see in the fall and the winter, so we can continue to have that. So
the education piece, we're already doing. We're already doing.
Yeah, the education piece is for the summer, so yeah.
Okay. So we do have members of both the Youth Commission and the City Council that want to speak on a motion that has been, Councilmember Hansen, do you have a clarification question on the motion?
It can wait, but it's sort of part clarification, part I need to hear Jay's thinking.
Would you mind waiting just so I'll go through the order if that's okay, because Councilmember Guerra was up first, then Commissioner Galvez, Commissioner Burkhart, Councilmember Jennings, and then Councilmember Hanson. So Councilmember Guerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate the motion. I was ready to second it too, and I think Councilman Warren jumped in here in front of all of us. So a couple things. One, thank you, Councilman Member Jennings, for making sure that we do the outreach to the Latino community, a significant population. And many times, the parents may have language access issues as well. So if parents aren't aware sometimes that these opportunities are available, then our youth aren't finding this out, and sometimes it's vice versa. So where the youth are trying to explain opportunities for their parents. So I think being thoughtful about that, particularly with the Latino community, is critical, given that they are nearly 30% of our city. And very much support the Black Child Legacy Project and the efforts there. One thing I wanted to make sure, and I don't know if it's direction or as part of the motion, and I want to acknowledge again the power that this Youth Commission has put forward today, because I've been getting email responses and comments from as they mentioned, adult allies here, and particularly those in the building trades who said that hey, we need you as well. And so and it was a particular message that said 50% of our building trades are over 55, and those are jobs that have been able to be employing people during COVID-19. And more importantly, they are hiring right now paid apprenticeship programs where they're getting education and training for those youth that like to work with their hands. Many of them who have just graduated this week and during this time frame. I want to make sure that we're also coordinating with the Building Trades Council and getting people immediately into paid apprenticeship programs as an option for many of the youth. Commissioner Piper-Pell brought up obviously the work of the Mobility Center. That's another one. But I want to make sure that Councilmember Chenier, if whether direction or as part of the motion, how do we reach out or communicate? How does the commission reach out and work with the building trade programs so that those paid apprenticeship programs are also eligible for many of our youth there who may not have family members in the trade?
Great. Let me just say what I can do is we actually I got a draft of a proposal from the building trades today that they're working on, and what I'd like to do is ask the Youth Commission, as they do their work, we'll pass that on to them and hook you up with building trades directly.
I think that's great. Yeah. But I want to dovetail off Councilmember Guerra's comment a moment ago. I enthusiastically support Councilmember Chenier's motion, and this is great work. I mean, it touches on everything that matters. But I want to also just remind us all that we have $89 million. And by the way, Mr. City Manager, as you report back, not all of this necessarily has to come out of CARES. I mean, I know we have general fund challenges, but I think we should be open in terms of how we look at that. But I just want to remind us, if we're going to try to have some proportionality in terms of the amounts of money we're spending, we're going to get to small business in a moment that is almost oversubscribed in terms of requests. And as Councilmember Chenier said, on the youth funding, on the youth and workforce development, this will be a total of almost over $6 million, which is fabulous. It's exactly what we should do. But I want to also put my oar in the water around ensuring that a significant portion of this money also goes to youth and some adult, but mostly youth workforce development. I want to make sure that that concept is focused on it, and because the balance we have here, right, is to spend it all on good and great things in the immediate moment, and we do have the COVID legal requirement, but we're also trying to lay the foundation legally and appropriately so that there is more sustained workforce training in our community for high school students, high school graduates, community college students, community college graduates. And so I'm going to hold firm myself to make sure that in these pots of money that there isn't enough, so we can invest in at least some significant workforce-related programs, mostly focused on young people. Just wanted to say that.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think that was my what I was trying to get across is using this opportunity to leave our youth with a skill that will propel them to that next experience.
No, that's great. So Kevin Ferrara, if you're listening, expect a phone call when we're done tonight.
Yep. All right. Let us now, I'm sorry, it was Commissioner Galvez, I think, who was next?
Thank you, Mayor Steinberg. And I would like to echo what Councilmember Chenier and Guerra said about the Latino community. We are usually kind of forgotten or an afterthought, and I would like to make sure that we have some kind of spotlight, at least for a second, to make sure that some resources get to not only the entire community, but the youth. Of course, I'm on the youth commission, so I advocate for Latino youth and all the people of color that are youth. But I know that the council year-round can ensure that the other part of my community can successfully live in the city of Sacramento. And I understand Councilmember Ashby's concern with time-sensitive resources needed to be allocated, and I understand the very legal roundabouts that we have to go with COVID-19 with the 89 million CARES Funding Act. And I completely understand, but I just wanted to make this a kind of a point probably for the city council to maybe meditate on. This could be a starting point with the CARES funding, and we could probably seek commitment from the council to ensure that later on the city council, and not only the city, but maybe the state, can ensure that people in California and Sacramento can have their basic needs met and make sure that they get their help and funding, not just from this 89 million pot, but from the city council and the city's funding, and possibly later on the state. Just at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Galvez. Commissioner Burkhart?
Could I interject first?
Yes.
Commissioner Galvez, I know previous talks you have mentioned in regards to the CARES funding. In one of it's like the second page with the table of how they plan to spend the money. It's listed with different grades, and I remember you mentioned your concern that it was limited up until 12th graders, and you said you wanted to mention some representation for college students, and as of course youth doesn't just end at 18. So I would like to ask if you want to elaborate on those concerns.
Thank you, Chair Kawada. And yes, when I was looking at the framework regarding the CARES Act, it does go from 0 to 12th grade, which ends at around 18, 17 for most seniors. But there is a part of the youth that is excluded from that. College students, I don't know if we can ensure from possibly K through 14, community college. Sacramento is a huge college group. We are usually forgotten because we have to move in and we have to move out. We are part of the workforce. We are part of the city just as much as permanent residents of the city, as much as the other youth. And I'm not sure if the city council could possibly include college students, because I understand college students are not just young 18 and 20-year-olds. College students range from a lot of parts of our life. There are older community college students, there are younger community college students, and not just community college, but just college. And usually our population is excluded both in funding and in legislation. This is just a friendly reminder that we are here. And if the Youth Commission is so welcoming for my range of age, that possibly the council is also welcoming to the youth and the younger adults from the city of Sacramento. Thank you, Chair Kawada, and thank you, council.
Yeah, what I'll say really briefly, I think it's a really important point. In most of the work we do, we consider youth to go up to 24. And that's pretty standard across the youth development field. I think what we were trying to do on this is separate out some of the very specific programs that we could fund, understanding we don't have unlimited money, but also within the workforce development and some of the other buckets, I think we are going to be able to get to some of those 18 to 24-year-olds. So I think it's a good point, but we're not done yet.
So I want to thank Commissioner Galvez again I just want to let you know, you are heard, and especially for the seniors who are actually no longer seniors, so we're not even categorized in the 12th grade anymore because a lot of us have graduated.
Is that the seniors like Larry Carr or the seniors like?
College, no, sorry, high
know,
school
just kidding.
seniors. This year has had a lot of difficulties, and we've also missed out on a lot of senior events, and this transition of life is important to include representation for, and I'd like to thank you again for representing that on the Youth Commission. If we could continue, I think the next on the list to speak is Commissioner Burkhart.
Thank you, Commissioner Kawada. I just wanted to know, how are Native youth who have the highest suicide rates being included and helped in this proposal?
Well, hopefully around the youth mental health piece, the peer counseling that we want to do, that's a piece of it. We know the county has already also really enhanced their services around teen mental health. And there's other efforts going on as well for mental health awareness. Something that we did is through the summer program, which we hope to have 5,000 to 10,000 young people in. That's the $2 million. All of that will have mental health awareness as part of it. In the jobs programs that we're doing, all of that will include mental health awareness. So what we're really trying to do through all of our youth programs is make sure that embedded in that is that topic.
Councilmember Chenier, if I could add also, in our early wins category, we included funding for mental health for youth, including funding for hotlines like the California Youth Crisis Line, which is a mental health hotline specifically for youth, and some programming dollars around mental health relative to young people. So we actually prioritized that before this as well.
Yeah, thank you.
And Councilmember Chenier, I also wanted to tell you that Chair Kawada has more in common with Larry Carr than you might think. Next year should be a UCLA Bruin.
I know.
And the mayor. I went there too.
And the mayor, but you don't wear a tie like Larry does, so with
That is
Bruins on
true.
it.
Go Bruins. Okay, we now have Councilmember Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to be brief. I want to thank Commissioner Galvez for her comments, especially as it relates to 19 to 24 and above. I remember being at that age, and it was a time when you felt kind of like you were all grown up, but you still needed support. And so I really want to compliment you on standing up for those that are in that 19 to 24 years of age. And we want to make sure that we're inclusive of them as well as they grow up and become adults who will take over the responsibilities of running this city. I agree with everything, and I could have seconded, and I tried to put a third in it, but I don't think you need that. And I think we all agree that we can't spend enough money on our youth. They are our present and they are our future, and they have been a strong part of our past as well. I agree 100% with the motion that's on the table. I just have one question. Many of us have sat down with the Latino Economic Executive Committee, and they've made a proposal to some of us as council members that is very broad and very needed. And what I'm looking at is we're talking about voting on this motion tonight. Will we have an opportunity once all of this has been scrubbed and we come back with budget justifications and all the things that we're looking for to make sure that this is eligible and that we can move forward with what's on the table tonight? Are we going to have the opportunity to come back and look at those programs, those services, those organizations, those proposals that we have not seen or we have seen? Are we going to have another opportunity to have another bite at the apple on those kinds of organizations and services? And that's my question, Mayor.
Yeah, well, there's still, if I'm doing the math, about $60 million left out of the pot. If you were looking at the workforce and youth pot, there would be about 15 million or so left, depending on the overlaps that we talked about a moment ago. So we're still sort of in the category of early wins, and early is not just what is dynamic, but early is literally early. Like, we have to get the money out now in order to impact the summertime, for example. So we're doing this, I think, appropriately, chronologically. But as we just talked about a moment ago, creative tension is always a good thing. And within this pot, for example, my thinking is yes, yes, yes on what we're doing, but I'm also thinking about those workforce programs that are longer term, that are COVID related, because a lot of people, like your peers now, may not be able to do hospitality for the foreseeable future, and so now digital is going to grow big time. And so this is our challenge, right, with one-time money, is how do we balance the urgent need at the moment with some longer-term thinking, all under the framework of a statute, a federal statute, which limits how you can spend it in the first place. And we're doing pretty well, because we still have, we're doing a lot of great things here, and we still have about 2/3 of the resource left to be able to allocate. So that's I think the answer to the question, Councilmember Jennings.
And I appreciate that answer. So as a friendly amendment, I have seen the proposal, and I think other council members have seen it as well. And I would think that while we're going through this process without putting a dollar to it, if we could go through the process of taking a look at that proposal and seeing how it fits into the priorities that we have tonight, make sure it's youth focused, also make sure that it justifies the amount. I would say go ahead and go through it now, because we've seen, some of us have seen it, some of us will see it in the coming week or two. And I would say I would put a friendly amendment on that we include the Latino Economic Executive Committee's proposal, formal proposal that they have for request at this time.
That I think that is absolutely appropriate. Sure. Yeah. We accept that as a friendly amendment. And the seconder of the motion, Councilmember Warren, you would accept the friendly amendment and second it? I assume that's a yes.
I will accept, yes.
Thank you, sir.
So,
Okay.
So that basically is we're asking, Howard, that you put that on your list of what you're looking at right now. Okay, and come back to us.
If Howard doesn't have it, I'll make sure he gets a copy.
Okay, very, very good. So now we go to Councilmember Hanson. And then we have 11 people who are signed up, members of the public, because that's part of the process, of course, here too, to hear from the members of the public on the motion, or agree, disagree, or another approach. But let's hear from Councilmember Hanson, then we'll move to public testimony.
Mayor, I do see Jeff, Allen, and others with their hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Also, I feel like I should have spoken earlier if I wanted money for something, because we are doing a lot of very good investment tonight. I wanted to raise up a few things that haven't yet come out of this conversation, but I think the three things I want to mention highlight parts of the community that are still opportunities for us to consider. One being the father of a toddler who happens to be passing the door. I know Eric and others have young children as well, but I'm very concerned about our children under 5 who may not have access to formal education programs and still need early child development. Well, we are talking here about youth and not children explicitly. I do think that many of our young children, those under 5, lack sufficient programs, and their parents lack access to not just quality daycare, but other opportunities to support their early child learning. And we talked a couple weeks ago about institutions in the city that do this work, like Fairy Tale Town and the Zoo for experiential learning. The Powerhouse Science Center isn't yet fully operational, but as we think about STEM and those other things, that free-form learning is really important. And after I give my comments, I'd love for Councilmember Chenier maybe to address the early childhood component, which I think is very critical here, because those years are some of the most formative. Secondly, given the support announced for LGBT folks, I think that one of the things that LGBTQ youth struggle with is safe space. I know that the LGBT Center continues, as well as the Gender Health Center, to provide safe space for our LGBTQ youth. We don't and haven't yet brought any of those ideas into this conversation other than expressing our support in words. And I think that the council should try to incorporate program funding for LGBTQ youth. They're some of the quickest to be kicked out of the house. They're some of the most fearful because of the violence expressed towards them. And I don't think they always have a place to turn. And the third piece is, well, I know that COVID has challenged and changed how we conduct activities. Some of the sports activities are still very critical, particularly programs like Street Soccer USA. We're in the progress of building a new street soccer court at O'Neill Field off Broadway. And their work with at-risk youth to form teams to demonstrate sportsmanship and other things is a critical component that I also think is lost. And just back to early childhood education, I think of the Freedom School program, which works on literacy in those early childhood years, and how we're going to support this really demonstrable learning gap that's been caused by COVID and some of the other challenges that just fall on top of racial inequalities, geographic inequalities, schools that struggle to perform and provide. And so I would offer those three categories as something that we really should rise to the occasion and find ways to support. So I just wanted to share that. And Jay, I know you've done a tremendous amount of work here. I'm supportive of your motion. I think we might end up with 10 parts to this motion at some point by the time we're all done speaking, but could you address those 3 points for me?
Sure. So let me address it in a little slightly different way. What I was trying to do, and I've met with the youth commissioners on and off now for a while, and trying to address the very highlighted items that they gave us. So that was the jobs piece. Now it was the mental health piece and the safe spaces. And there is one pop-up that's LGBT through the LGBT Center. So I was, we could certainly spend the full 20 million tonight. But what I was trying to do was keep it somewhat contained to allow an opportunity for the Youth Commission that we can get them all of these proposals that we've seen, which they continue to come in on a daily basis, that they could then make some recommendations and go from there. So I wasn't trying to solve all problems for everyone tonight. I didn't think that was possible. But what I wanted to do is look at stuff that had a lot of backing, and as I said, very directly met what the highlights were from the Youth Commission. Now, I think that as we go forward, my hope is, and I'm happy to work with them, with Chris and Yipsy and Lindy Lane, to get all of those pieces together to figure out, I think what the council needs to do is figure out how much money they want to spend on youth out of this and look at the balancing act between that and the workforce development piece, which, as the mayor said, has a lot of youth programming in it, but also has quite a bit of adult programming. So that's where I was, and trying to keep it certainly within some box, but allow time and effort for the Youth Commission to work through those things. Because remember, the second item, the second piece was to make sure that they have input on this as we go, and that this, my hope was always that this leads to a permanent bylaw within the council, that anything we do that impacts young people first goes through the Youth Commission for a recommendation.
I appreciate that, Jay. I think the word you used was balance, and my final comment will be, we don't get the luxury as the city council for the city of Sacramento of just doing one or two things. We're usually called upon to do everything, and that's a daunting task, but I do think we can rise to it. And I guess I just don't want the elementary school kids and those under 5 to be forgotten in this process. And I'm not saying that they are, but I think whether it's Lindy or others on our city staff, I think we have to bring forward proposals that serve them as well. And Black Child Legacy certainly is a piece of that. And the work that we help fund with the libraries is potentially a piece of that. But I think we have to be more intentional in serving those age groups as well.
Right.
Thank you.
And I would just say, Steve, I understand and agree with you. I mean, I would love to spend 40 million on young people, and I'm sure no one doubts that. But we have funds in there that we need to figure out for Fairy Tale Town, the zoo, and the library as pieces of it. So we have a lot of work left, and as the mayor said, we've spent about a third now of the dollars, maybe a tiny bit more. So I think those are decisions not for me to bring forward, but for the council to have a discussion about.
Okay. Who is next here? We've got, excuse me one second.
I have Councilmember Harris, Commissioner
Vice
Erickson,
Mayor.
and then Commissioner Warren.
All right, Mayor, thank you. You know, the CARES Act money was really allocated to our city so that we could have funds for direct mitigation of COVID-related issues, but also to jumpstart our economy. So obviously workforce development and support of business so that we can create employment, to me, are the most important filters. But there are all of these other issues that the city faces. I would just say that when these proposals come back, and I'm borrowing from Councilmember Carr here, that they really should be written in a way that they have just defined goals and a pathway to meet those goals, and not be rather nebulous staff reports, because we really do have to use this money wisely to directly affect the impacts of the pandemic. That's what this whole discussion is about. And of course, the youth component is a very important piece. And thank you, Jay, for being temperate in your desires to spend $40 million. I appreciate it. But of course, every one of these proposals has to show their nexus to COVID mitigation. As far as the vocational education piece that Councilmember Guerra brought up, I think that that's a really important piece. There are jobs available immediately. This goes a little bit more perhaps immediately towards the older end of youth and adults. But it is a very important piece to getting people back to work. And there are a lot of jobs, certainly in the building trades. And I appreciate the excellent vocational education opportunities presented by the building trades and the unions. But it's also important to realize that there are non-union vocational education possibilities out there that the council must also consider. But it really is a growth opportunity and an immediate one for the city, and something that we should pay full attention to. So thank you, Councilmember Guerra, for bringing that up. That being said, we do have to push a fair amount of money out the door quickly, and we're looking at this globally so that we can get the best bang for the buck, not only to just directly mitigate COVID, but also, as the mayor said, strike the balance between far-reaching proposals that will affect our city positively in the long term, as well as the short term. So I look forward to this coming back and looking at the proposals. And I think that some of the discussion tonight was absolutely germane to the issue of the pandemic. And I look forward to real positive results from the allocation of some of these funds. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We now have Commissioner Erickson, Councilmember Warren, 8 callers, and then I'm going to want to get to a vote here, okay? Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So I just had a quick question regarding the wording of item 3 of the discussion calendar. So under the framework, item number 5, it says expenditures should cover PPE or personal protective equipment for all direct service workers, city and non-city. And since this is supposed to be a report for the Youth Commission specifically, I was wondering if that PPE would be for all direct service workers or for just those related to youth services.
Howard, I don't know. Mr. City Manager?
I'm not sure which document you're referencing, but with regard to the PPE that we have through our Office of Emergency Services, it's for all of our direct service workers, not just for youth, if that's the question.
Okay, but I was just like wondering why that was specifically on item 3 of the discussion calendar, because item 3 is supposed to be like the Youth Commission report. So I was wondering like why the expenditures regarding PPE for all service workers should be like in this item specifically.
I'm not sure where you see that as part of the item, because there's actually no dollars in the item.
It doesn't like give a direct amount. It's on item 3 of the discussion calendar. It's titled Review of CARES Relief Act Funding for Children and Youth, and then in parentheses COVID-19. And on page 7 of the PDF, it says PPE for all direct service workers, city and non-city. So I was just
Okay,
like wondering.
I'm sorry. So what you're looking at is a chart that we did to, it's informational only of things that the council could consider. It's not part of the motion at all. And it wasn't the staff, it was actually staff in my office saying, if we adopt a framework, which we have, these are things that would fit into that framework. So we're not actually doing anything with that at this point. But that's something I hope that the Youth Commission would take a look at as they do their deliberations.
Okay, great.
Okay, last comment, Councilmember Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I think it's very, very encouraging to see our youth commission and commissioners challenging us on what's in the proposals and specifically as it relates to them. And I think it's even more reason that as these proposals come in, they should be filtered through the Youth Commission. We've all gotten lots of proposals, and including tonight, I'm still getting people requesting me to add things to this motion. But my feeling is that our Youth Commission is very, very talented, and they have ideas about what they want and how they want it. And so, and I agree with my colleague Shamir, Councilman Shamir, who says that this Youth Commission very active and should be the first stop for these proposals, or the second stop, if not the first. Because if they come to us, they should be going through these commissioners, and then a recommendation to us. It doesn't mean we have to accept 100% what they say, but I think we definitely need to listen and understand the rationale behind their decisions, because it is directly impacting them. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I will yield the mic back to you. But in doing so, I would add that we know we have a tight schedule. We got a lot of requests, and maybe we should program these discussions so that we know, every 2 weeks we're going to have an opportunity to either fund a different proposal or some schedule that gives people a heads up as to when they need to get their proposals into us so they can be vetted by the Youth Commission and then city staff, as well as given to us, so we'll be more informed and able to make a decision as it relates to the youth. Thank you.
I think that's a good idea. I think what we'll do is the city manager and I will work on maybe laying out a predictable calendar here around decisions. I know that next week, for example, we're prepared to take up the criteria on the small business, but I think maybe we'll get together and think even several weeks ahead so that members can anticipate the different subject matters and when we might take them up. Is that fair? I'll get you in a second. I got Commissioner Galvez and then the city manager before we turn it to public testimony.
Thank you, Mayor Steinberg. And I just wanted to do either a comment or a note to either this proposal or one upcoming, that if we're able to allocate resources to the Latino community, to the Black community, and to other communities, in Sacramento that we make sure that we address the Native communities, because this is their land and this is where they are the ones being majorly impacted by COVID-19, both in cases and lack of treatment. And I know that they are not the only community of color that is effectively that are being affected by COVID-19. And I just wanted to make sure that there's a note, either that they can be aided in this proposal or in one that is soon upcoming. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think it's a great point. Prop 209 prohibits us from really saying this goes to the Black community or Latino community. But what we can do is make sure and provide direction. And I'm happy to add that into the motion that we provide service to all communities in Sacramento, and that needs to also reflect the demographics of the population.
Okay, I want to get to the public testimony. Let's go, please. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. I have 10 callers. Can we send the first caller in, please? Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the commission and the council.
Starting when?
Go ahead. You're in the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Okay. Right now?
Yes, please.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming to this meeting. My name is Sophia Munoz. It is an honor to be speaking here on behalf of youth. I'm a representative of Impact SAC and the Sacramento County youth in general. I'd like to bring some more light to the youth hotline previously discussed in the meeting and why it's important. The youth hotline is important because, first and foremost, 65% of youth reported that talking to their friends is the most desired form of mental health support they need. That's it.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please.
Right now? Yes, please.
Next caller, please. Next caller. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the commission and the council.
Thank you.
It's your turn to speak. You have 2 minutes to address the commission and the council.
Thank you. My name is Ruth Holton Hodson, and I am live in Land Park and part of the Sacramento Kids First Coalition. Thank you for this opportunity. I would like to request that the City Council actually push yourselves even farther. I appreciate all your support for youth programs, but would ask that you push yourselves to invest an additional $10 million, including fully funding the youth community pop-ups, youth-led mental health strategy, the year-round youth jobs, and youth education programs. These are really vital, and the consequences of not funding them, in fact, will be far greater. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the commission and the council.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Trina Allen, and I support the protesters who are currently and have been demanding action to protect our Black community members from police violence. Many of you have said that you believe Black Lives Matter, but those words mean nothing without action. Over the past 4 to 6 years, you have sat in front of us, many of you, and continued to give us smoke and mirrors about what community programs or what training programs or what conversations you're going to have with the public regarding community violence, police violence. And that is a community violence because community members, disproportionately Black and brown community members, experience the violence at the hands of your officers. You have consistently not addressed this issue. You have skirted the real issue. It is time to defund the police. Don't give them that $10 million. Matter of fact, take back that $147 or whatever $million that you have already given them. It is ridiculous. We need to invest in community programs. We need to invest in our students. We do not need to invest in people who who are willing and have shown they are going to harm our community members. Stephon Clark uprisings were 2 years ago, and in that time, you had plenty of options. You promised, you got on your knees, you did all the performative things, and nothing changed. Brandon Smith died 2 months later. Daryl Richards died 6 months later. Marshall Miles died 4 months after that. It's a repetitive situation in which you are unwilling to make any substantive changes. This is the only thing that you can do at this point to show the community that you actually care, that you actually care about Black Lives Matter, that you actually care, right? If you care about Black lives, you will defund the police and you will do your job that people have been asking you to do for years. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the commission and the council. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the commission and the council.
Next.
Caller, are you there? Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the commission and the council.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and Youth Commission. My name is Dea Montelongo, and today I am representing Soul Collective, the SAC Kids First Coalition, and the SAC Youth Pop-Up Collaborative. And I was really happy to see the Youth Commission participate on tonight's meeting. I hope to see that happen more often in the future. And I would also like to request a larger investment in our youth coming from the CARES Act, requesting and urging $10 million to continue to support the SAC Youth Pop-Ups for the next year, to provide mental health support, to provide youth jobs, year-round youth jobs. And I also want to add in arts and cultural experiences and programming. In addition, I urge you to continue to engage youth in our decision-making through the Youth Commission and other organizations. As we all know, we're in a really strange and critical time right now, and this is everything we decide in this present time is going to greatly affect the future, not just the present, but the future as well. I'm also urging you to continue to support the pop-ups. We've been doing a lot of amazing work with the resources that come out of the pop-ups. Our city collectively has been able to provide work experience, mental health support, social enrichment, and economic support to young people and young creatives. Even during COVID, as we hosted virtual events, we've been able to continue economical support to young creatives and young artists. So I urge you to continue to support those programs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the commission and the council.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Cherie Antoinette, and I just wanted to encourage you guys to vote to continue doing the CARES program. I've directly been positively impacted by the SAC pop-up. I'm a mom and an artist, and both have really just made a difference in our life. And I feel like during this time of the COVID-19 pandemic, that the children that are experiencing stress, loneliness, isolation, when they see their teachers on Zoom teaching them dancing and art, that they're also receiving praise, and they're able to express themselves, especially through the arts. This also creates an environment of socialization, and it's good for their mental health. So I'm just hoping, as a parent, as an artist, as a community member, I've lived in Sacramento my entire life, that you guys will continue to do this CARES program and even fund it even more. And I'm also in support for the Black Legacy funding, and what the gentleman had mentioned about bringing arts, doing more arts with the Sojourner Truth multicultural museum. I'm also in agreement with that, and I hope that you guys continue to fund it. And there's so many parents out there that agree with me, and I represent a whole lot of friends and family members that really want this to continue, even if it's virtually, especially during this time and during this pandemic. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the commission and the council.
Hello, yes. My name is Lambert Davis, and I would like to acknowledge the Youth Commission because you are an inspiration to me. I'm a founder and CEO of a Black-owned cheesecake business in Sacramento. We're based in District 2. I think you'll be inspired by us. Our recipes were invented by our mother, who was 95 years young. City Councilman Warren is aware of us. The whole city council is aware of us. And you're very inspirational to me because you started with Black Lives Matter, police brutality, everything else. And I just want to say I admire you. I'd like to leave our website, and hopefully Emily and the commission can contact us. Because if I asked you how many of you like cheesecake, I bet you some of you would raise your hand. Our company is www. And I'll pronounce it, To the Bay and Back Cheesecake, TOTHEBAY, ANDBACK, To the Bay and Back, it's like Sacramento, To the Bay and Back, and then the word cheesecake.com. My prayers are with you, Youth Commission, and I would like to see a Black member of the Youth Commission as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the commission and the council.
Good evening. My name is Glenn Backus, and I'm a resident of District 5. I live on a few blocks south of Gunther's Ice Cream. I'm calling in support of the Youth Commission proposal. I would additionally like to say that I was raised in a law enforcement family. My dad was a police officer, then a police supervisor. My mom was a 911 operator, a 911 dispatcher, a court official. And I would like to say I'm opposed to the $10 million spending for the police department, whether it's described as an increase or in continuation budget. We need to claw that money back and invest it in community services. For many decades, governments have locked up their budgets in mass incarceration and armed response. I strongly support prevention spending, mental health spending, and alternative responders they don't carry guns or are trained in mental health care intervention, crisis intervention, and referral to mental health, addiction, and housing services. Thank you for your time this evening.
Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the commission and the council.
Good evening. I want to begin by thanking all the youth commissioners for their leadership and for raising their voices today to express their solidarity with the Black Lives Matter movement and their request for real change in our city. I stand in unity with my Black brothers and sisters in this moment. My name is Monica Ruelas Mares. I was born and raised in South Sacramento, District 8, and I'm calling today on behalf of the SAC Kids First Coalition. I also work for the Latino Coalition for a Healthy California, advocating for comprehensive policies that end Latinx health inequities in the state. So through my work, I have had to navigate the dynamics of state, county, and city political arenas. I'm fully aware that you all have the power in this moment to choose to support Sacramento youth in these very vulnerable and trying times, not just with your words, but with your vote and your actions. I would also like to request that the City Council invest an additional $10 million in youth funding from the CARES Act. With this allocation, I request that you fully fund the following programs. First, the youth and community pop-ups, which are not being funded right now, and knowing that the budget runs out at the end of June. Second, a youth-led mental health strategy, and the youth present today have given you a great start, so I applaud them. Third, year-round youth jobs, and fourth, youth recreation and adapted sports programs such as the Capital City Youth Sports Coalition. In addition, I ask that you please continue to engage young people in our decision-making through the Youth Commission and other youth organizations and ground your decisions truly in your youth framework you approved during your May 26th meeting. I also fully agree with the sentiment that community-driven solutions will bring the healing needed to create lasting change in areas of Sacramento that are currently experiencing gun violence. But I would be completely remiss if I did not speak truth to the deeply rooted issues in our Black and Brown communities. Council members, please remember to acknowledge the full story and systemic implications.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Please acknowledge the full story and systemic implications when bringing the issues of gun violence up in my community.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Next caller, please. Okay, it's good. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the commission and the council.
Hi, my name is Paris Dye, and I'm with Impact SAC. We are one of several pop-up organizations. I just want to just stress the importance and the value that pop-ups have brought, especially since COVID. When we switched over to having to go virtual, our students were lost. They're still reeling without a roadmap. Like, they don't know where to go. They don't know where to turn. And so having the virtual pop-up and in person, which they're waiting and excited for, has really helped our kids in the Sacramento area. We've hosted some mental health forums, conversations. We host online all night long. We take naps so that we could wake up and talk to the teens. They're up in the middle of the night when we ask what they're worried about. They're worried about things in their future, and the last thing that I would want them to be worried about is if pop-ups can continue. So I would love after today to be able to tell our students and our teens that our virtual pop-ups and our communication with them will continue. So I do want to thank you and tell you that we do appreciate the time and being able to get to know our Sacramento teens, building trust with them has been amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please. And I have 7 more callers in the queue. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the commission and the council.
Hello, I'm Najib Benwar. I'm a resident of Sacramento, and you guys may have heard from me or a few hundred of my friends via email. I set up a few email campaigns over the past few days that have sent hundreds of emails to all of your inboxes regarding, well, the first round was requesting the 8 essential police policy updates. The police chief and sheriff were CC'd on those. Then there were hundreds more emails with a formal request to allocate SAC PD funding toward community investment. And today you got a bunch of public comment emails laying out my new emergency budget amendment that I'm proposing here, which includes more funding for youth development programs and programs that were mentioned here today. I have documented all of the hundreds of emails sent to you, so I'm happy to submit those. I've posted screenshots of them online, so rest assured we know you've seen them. First off, I would like to say I stand in support with Black Lives Matter and the movement. And in light of the death of George Floyd and the loss of countless more Black lives, including fellow Sacramentan Stephon Clark, who was shot and killed by Sacramento police, it is obviously and unequivocally clear that we need to rethink our city's health and public safety programming. And that means less reliance upon and less funding for the police. I think this quote from Dallas Police Chief Brown in 2016 said it all. We are asking our police to do too much in this country. And it would seem the reason we're asking the cops to do too much is because we keep throwing money at them and saying, you figure it out. Instead of city officials like you all before me here digitally and others who should be doing the work come up with a better plan. We need to come up with a better plan, and now is the time. Our nation is resting upon a historic precipice, and whether or not Sacramento lands on the right side of history is up to you. It's up to us as a city.
Thank you for your comments.
you
Your
know, I
time is
don't-
complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
I still have a.
Your time is
Okay.
complete. Thank you for your call.
Let me finish.
I'd like to address the caller. Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to address the caller. First of all, I'd like to thank you
Caller's
for
no
the
longer on the
email.
line, Councilmember
Caller's
Carr.
no longer line. It is a little awkward here with the telephone because we cannot see people, so it is a little more difficult. So to the caller, please call back again next week. This will be a continuing conversation and action.
He's probably still listening. I just want to, let him know that we are looking at updating the use of force policy, and I think the city is going to go much further than he has anticipated. Thank you, Mayor.
Of course, but I just want to, it's not an apology because the city clerk did the right thing. It's 2 minutes, but sometimes there's a little bit of miscommunication because we can't see people, right? And so, but we limit it to 2 minutes because we have a lot of callers and we want to make sure that everyone is heard. So that's the reason behind it. Okay, next.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the commission and the council. Caller, you have now entered into the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the commission and the council.
Hello and good evening. My name is Olivia Engolson. I'm the student board member on the Sacramento City Unified School District, and I'm an affiliate with Sac Kids First and Sacramento City Thrives. Speaking as a student and as a Sacramento resident of District 5, I urge you to use more of the CARES Relief Act funds to programs that will support Sacramento's children and youth. As you know, young people are feeling the impact of this pandemic in unprecedented ways, and the added unrest in our community has only exacerbated the situation. And to add insult to injury, we are seeing extreme cuts in education funding, both at the state and federal level, since the pandemic began, which means that the youth programs, professional student support, and wellness resources, many of which often are expected to be provided at schools, will be even harder to, especially existing financial insolvencies, such as suicide. Really need support. We can no longer support provided with, and resources and support should be non-negotiable. They impact youth minds and youth lives. The youth years from preschool to high school are extremely critical in personal, mental, educational, and professional development. So I'd like to request that the City Council invest an additional $10 million in youth funding from the CARES Act. Within this allocation, I request that you fully fund the following programs: the Youth and Community Pop-Ups, a youth-led mental health strategy, year-round youth jobs, and youth recreation and adapted sports programs. And in addition, please continue to engage young people in decision-making through the Youth Commission and other youth organizations like today, and ground your decisions in the youth framework you approved at your May 26th meeting. You have a huge opportunity here to make an incredible difference in youth lives now and their lives in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. How many more people in the queue for this
I have
item?
5 more callers. Next caller, please. We had a transfer error. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the commission and the council. Caller, you're in the council and commission meeting now. You have 2 minutes to address the commission and the council.
Good evening. Super excited to have the Youth Council and Commission on. I think they brought a lot of energy and what we needed in this meeting. My name is Crystal Harding. I'm with Impact SAC, part of one of the community incubators with the Black Child Legacy Campaign. We are also part of the Youth and Community Pop-Ups. We have employment
the economic mobility program, where one of our teens, through being a part of that program, received his first paid position at McDonald's right down the street in community. So it's been very successful. We currently have 4 interns that work with us. We continue to stipend our interns that work with us because we understand the value of them getting this hands-on experience and being involved with the process as we transitioned. We have enhanced our pop-ups to a virtual platform. We're on Instagram and started a TikTok and a Snapchat account really to reach and connect with our young folks. We've texted all of our community members and youth that attended previous pop-ups to let them know what we have going on. We bring the fun to their door. We let them know what's available, resources, programs, and services. And through our platform, we're asking questions, engaging, playing games, activities, keeping them active, and then making sure that they have the resources that they need. So we've had folks reach out for food, clothes, gear, getting tutoring because they're having challenges with distance learning. So we just love this opportunity to continue to serve our community, and we value the partnerships and collaborations that we have with a number of organizations. In order for Sacramento to grow stronger together and thrive, we need to wrap our love and support around our young folks, allow them to be the trusted experts that they are, and lead our work because they have the answers and solutions. Thank you so very much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Next caller, please.
Hi, hello. Thank you. My name's Stephen Sullivan. I'm a resident of Sacramento County. Thank you for this opportunity. I'll begin with saying Black Lives Matter, defund the police. I am speaking today on a matter that is not on the agenda, but the phone line does not give the option for this, although the city's website states that there was public participation and concerns on matters not on the agenda. I'm here today to express my concerns for the proposed FY21 budget and the amount of funding the Sacramento Police Department is receiving. Mayor Steinberg's FY21 budget proposes a $45.7 million funding to the police. Police already receive 1/3 of the entire general fund budget, and the mayor wants to increase their budget by $5 million more. This is a racist budget. In addition, the FY21 budget, there has been numbers missing compared to the F20 budget. In FY20, it states the department's budget was over $150 million. Why are the numbers missing? Where is the missing funding? The budget needs to be reviewed, corrected, adjusted to the funding the police and divert the funding towards the community. Increased policing makes our communities vulnerable to violence. We need to invest in communities, not police. Public safety must include an investment in housing, healthcare, foods, good jobs, education, free public transit, resources for small businesses, and undocumented people. During a pandemic, our communities need access to healthcare, housing, food, and not racist policing. Community safety is equitable access to housing and healthcare, not tear gas and rubber bullets. Black, Indigenous, people of color are already more impacted by this health and economic crisis, and increasing funding to the police makes them even more vulnerable and to violence.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you please make your final comment?
Black Lives Matter, defund the police. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may just interrupt for a moment, Madam Clerk, Councilmember Hanson got locked out of the meeting. If there's a way technologically we can work to get them back.
Can I take this call and then I can do that?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the commission and the council.
Hello?
You have 2 minutes to address the commission and the council.
Oh, okay. Hi, my name is Julia, and my concern, of course, is that the police budget should not increase regardless whether it was predetermined or pre-negotiated. I support the Black Lives Matter movement. I've been to the protests and handed out masks and have been concerned about the people declining to wear them. I haven't seen the budget, but as you may know, with the lockdown due to the pandemic, there has been significant increases in domestic violence occurring. around the world, and Sacramento is not an exception to that. My Sister's House is a domestic violence organization in Sacramento that addresses the unique cultural needs of our very diverse community and operates well beyond Sacramento. Domestic violence also significantly impacts child development. I would know, as someone who had to go through that. Instead of $10 million for SAC PD, which many people I've spoken to in Sacramento oppose, wouldn't it be more useful to allocate it to something like My Sister's House, especially in relation to the increased domestic violence caused by the pandemic? Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I have no more speakers on items 3 and 4.
Okay, so now we're going to move to a vote, and I think it would be appropriate to talk to Councilmember Chenier, even though the Youth Commission's vote would be advisory, that if you would like, to record the vote as a symbolic but important symbolic gesture. We could call the roll for you first because we want your advice in terms of your vote. So why don't we do that first, and then we'll call the council vote on the motion.
Mayor, I'm so sorry to cut in. It's really quiet. We can't hear you very well anymore. The callers were loud, but now you are quiet.
That's a rare occasion.
Yes, I don't think I've ever said it before, but that's better. It sounds like they're fixing it now.
Is that better?
So sorry. Thank you.
Okay, no worries. I'll repeat it. So I was just.
Councilmember Hanson is back online.
Okay, thank you. I was just going to. I was suggesting, after consulting with Councilmember Chenier, that we first have the Youth Commission take an advisory vote on the motion. It's advisory, but of course they are sitting with us tonight as partners, but also to give us advice as what we should be doing as stewards of these city and now federal resources. And so I think it would be very helpful, as well as importantly symbolic, that your vote be cast and recorded. So thank you again, Jay. Let us call the roll, please, Ms. Wimberly, if you would, for the Youth Commission on the motion.
Chair Kawada?
Here.
Nope, it's yes or no.
It's yes or no.
Oh, I thought we did like, okay.
We know you're here.
Yes,
Good, okay.
Commissioner Galvez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lee?
Yes.
Commissioner Marr?
Yes.
Commissioner Rye?
Yes.
Commissioner Arriaga?
Yes.
Vice Chair Piper Pell?
Yes.
Commissioner Kalon?
Yes.
Commissioner Flanagan?
Yes.
Commissioner Erickson?
Yes.
Commissioner Tao?
Yes.
Commissioner Burkhart?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So that's the advice, an important advice of the Youth Commission. Now, Madam Clerk, for the city, would you please call the roll on the motion for the members of the City Council?
Thank you. Councilmember Ashby?
Yes.
Councilmember Warren?
Yes.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Hanson?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Chenier?
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra?
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings?
Aye.
Councilmember Carr?
Aye.
And Mayor Steinberg.
Aye, that's unanimous, and that concludes this portion of the meeting. You are welcome, all of the commissioners, to stay for the remainder, but don't feel any obligation to. But this was a tremendous experience, I hope for you, but certainly for us. And sometimes these meetings are, you know, they're well-intended, but they go kind of faster, and you don't really get a lot out of it because it isn't that deep or substantive. Not this meeting. This was well-organized. You were well-organized. You were on point. You challenged us and really helped put together an agenda here that is our agenda. and you help further it, and in a big, big way. So thank you to all of you. Councilman Chenier, thank you.
Thank you. Really quickly, too, just as far as next steps go, if we can work, Ms. Wimberly, with you to make sure that all of the proposals that we've gotten around funding for youth are channeled through the Youth Commission. Madam Chair, we will sit down and talk about the best way to do that, to involve your folks as well, so that when they come back, they all have recommendations.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have a consent calendar, but before we get to the consent calendar, because I know we have at least a significant number of people. I'm sorry. Go. Please.
I just wanted to, wrap this up in like a nice bow since for the organization purposes. So for, the council members and for the public, for if you guys want to know or are taking notes, just what the commission wants to bring back to this meeting, what we addressed was our first bucket was mental health, and we want to see more resources and peer counseling and prevention programs, which was also addressed in the motion. We also addressed jobs, youth jobs specifically, to see more jobs. We also want to see more resume building and internships with how Councilmember Ashby mentioned the Youth Advisory Council, and other members also mentioned Summer at City Hall programs, so we want to see more programs like that. I believe transportation was also brought up to make sure that youth can have free transportation to their jobs. Our third bucket we brought up was education. We discussed that we want to see equal access to resources such as devices and internet, especially with this coronavirus pandemic and the new changes with the education system. It was also mentioned for stress relief and tutoring. And then the last bucket we want to close up is youth summer programs, such as Summer at City Hall. We also had a lot of concern around the pop-ups and funding for those. We also want to see more outreach, especially with social media and the increasing use of different forms of those social media. And then I believe Councilmember Hansen also mentioned more programs for arts. So thank you again for council for having us here. We really appreciate it. And from what I've heard, it sounds like we will have a lot more communication in the future, and we really look forward to it. And then we're just asking for more time to flesh out these ideas for recommendations and to come back to you, hopefully, in a similar setting or whatnot. So thank you again.
Thank you again, very, very much. It was just great, and you'll be a great mayor someday. Sooner than you know. Very good. We're going to move on to our next item. We're going to get to the consent calendar where there is significant amount of public testimony. Before that, there is an item not on the agenda that I want to take up. Next week, as I mentioned, the council is going to consider the criteria and potentially make some decisions for how to allocate the remainder of the $20 million under the small business pot pursuant to the CARE Stimulus Fund. And so if you remember last Tuesday, I asked the leaders of the business community from the various PBIDs and chambers to try to come together and to see if you might present a unified approach in a way that would guide us as we begin to consider those decisions, at least beginning sometime next week. So no public testimony on this. I'm sorry, we'll take all the public testimony next week. But I do want to give a few moments, I would say 5 minutes, to Amanda Blackwood, who is the CEO of the Sacramento Metro Chamber of Commerce, and Pat Fonkushida, who is the executive director, president of the Sacramento Asian Pacific Chamber of Commerce, on behalf of a much broader coalition to present some unified recommendations. We want to make this brief, but I think it is a stage setter, if you will, for our conversation next week will help guide the staff as they consider their recommendations over the next couple of days, and the council as we consider this next Tuesday. So Amanda and Pat on the Zoom call. Amanda and Pat, are you there? I
am here. Can you hear me?
I see Amanda. Go right ahead.
And there's Pat.
Hi, Pat.
Hello, everyone. All right. Well, good evening, everybody. We want to thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager Chan, and city staff. And man, going after the Youth Commission is a tough act to follow. So just a huge shout out to all of the leadership that we just saw. We want to thank you for having us tonight. We appreciate your time and taking the willingness to listen. I know it's a long night, and I know that you've got a lot on your plate. So I know we speak for the group that we hope that we can give you some really critical information tonight that's going to help guide decisions as we move forward. We do have a brief deck that we're going to share, so I'm going to pull that up right now. Okay, should be up on the screen. So again, I am Amanda Blackwood, President and CEO of the Sacramento Metro Chamber. I'm joined tonight by my colleague, Pat Fonkoshida, President and CEO of the Asian Chamber. And while we both speak for our organizations tonight, we have the humbling honor of speaking on behalf of a diverse coalition of 23 business organizations that represent our city. As the mayor stated last week, council put a challenge out to the business community to collaborate and come before you with one voice and one recommendation for how council may be able to be most of service to business in this time of crisis. We quickly assembled over the last 7 days to meet that challenge. Earlier today, each of your offices should have received a letter from this coalition outlining specifically our recommendations. But we want to take a few moments tonight to run you through this deck to kind of visually explain what those recommendations are. So again, briefly, who are we? We are a coalition of 23 business groups representing each and every district of our city. We know that it was very important to each of you on council that we reached each of your districts, particularly those that also don't have chambers or PVID representation. So we want you to know that we have done that. Of the 23 groups that are aligned with this coalition, we represent over 4,000 businesses in the city of Sacramento. And again, that covers all eight of the districts, many of our organizations also being citywide. So while we cannot reach every person, we definitely feel that we have done everything that we could to try to get a representative view of the impact on small business throughout the city. I would also be remiss if I didn't point out that this coalition is truly unprecedented. I know many of my colleagues are working 10, 12, 14-hour days, and to be able to pull together 23 groups in a week's time to come through with this recommendation to you has been, I think, a testament to the dedication of those groups, as well as speaking to the support that this joint coalition recommendation has. We also want to say out loud, it is important that we address off the bat our commitment to equity and inclusion. This is the lens by which we are making all of these recommendations. So please know that we have taken that into account. By no means is everything perfect, but it is the lens by which we are looking at every decision that we're making moving forward. I think, frankly, and to align to many of the comments of the Youth Commission tonight, we cannot begin to have a real conversation about stabilizing and restarting our economy if we don't outwardly and very proactively call out that we must have a disruption to our status quo, and we must make a very overt commitment to equity and inclusion. We know that many of the issues that our business community are facing were challenges before COVID, but we also know that the impacts of COVID-19 and the other issues that our community is grappling with right now has only exacerbated conditions that were already in place and made the inequities that exist very obvious. As we move forward with these recommendations, we want to say boldly that we must make a commitment to helping those that have been most impacted. And, to the mayor's comments earlier tonight, these dollars are precious. They are finite. And we understand that you have to make very difficult decisions. So we ask as you do that, please ensure that those are seen through a lens of equity and inclusion and that we are meeting the needs of those most impacted. We also know that we have to have a parallel strategy of business triage and recovery. And to some of the comments earlier tonight, time sensitivity is paramount as we move forward. We also know that we must do that through an equitable lens. So for instance, things like making criteria available in English and in language at the same time are critical steps that we have to take to move forward so that we ensure that no one is unintentionally or nefariously intentionally left behind. We also know finally that we have to bring direct services to those that are the most impacted. What that means is that we are fully committed to that approach. And we know that direct boots on the ground work is hard. We know that it will take time. We know that it will require trust and relationship and consistent follow through. So while some of the recommendations we make will be felt immediately, some must also start immediately so that we can begin the road to recovery that we know is ahead of us. So a little bit of table setting on what we know and where the business community is right now. So to kind of look at the timeline, the stay-at-home order took place at the end of March. And at that time was really when the majority of our small businesses had to shut down. Some were essential services, but the vast majority of our citywide businesses had to shut at that point. Between the 20th and the 26th, when council adopted the CARES framework, there has been a series of staged reopenings. But very real feedback from our business community, it's been in fits and starts. And we know that there are things preventing restart, such as access to PPE. The city has taken a huge leadership step to try to solve that problem, but there are still gaps there. And so our businesses were struggling with the impacts of COVID-19 immediately. Then on the evenings of the 31st and the 1st of June, we experienced widespread damage at a very critical level in definitely our downtown core, definitely our midtown, but also many other areas of the city. I know as council, you're getting calls from your business community, and this was happening in Natomas, this was happening on our corridors, this was happening downtown. So while downtown did feel that very acutely, there was also damage that was happening throughout the community. And over the last 30 days, we've seen increasing damage. And then tonight, here we are, right at this council meeting. So that's a little bit of table setting of where business is at. I also, many of you are small business owners, but I want to frame this in what that feels like from a small business from a pay period standpoint. So what you're looking at in this time frame is that, a lot of our small businesses, they could float a pay period. They could float 2. Maybe they have 2 months of reserves, but we're now getting into a situation where we're going on 3 months, 4 months. What we're going to recommend to you tonight is very expedited, but even so, that's a reality where you have business floating about 4 months of capital and they frankly don't have it. And particularly acutely in our minority community, that access to capital is a barrier. So keep that in mind as we're continuing to move forward. When we say time is of the essence, that's not for theatrics. That's very real, and that's based on very practical cash flow coming to an end. We also want you to know that we've done very in-depth stakeholder feedback. So while our organizations represent 4,000 businesses, we have spoken to over 2,500 businesses one-on-one to get their direct feedback on what means the most to them and where they need the help. As leaders of business organizations, we could give you our opinions, but what we want you to understand as we communicate this tonight, these are not our words. These are the words directly from your businesses, citywide, in every district, user-centered feedback on what they really need. And I think, 2,500 businesses is a very good sample size of what we're experiencing. Through that feedback, 2 things that people need, and it's pretty cut and dry. The first is cash. The second is direct support. So for a little bit of context, As we move through these recommendations, I want to give you some framing on dollar amounts because it could feel like $20 million. That's a lot of money. I don't know about that. I may want to hold some of that back. I may want to wait for a rainy day. I don't know if that is more than people need. So I want to communicate really directly. And again, this is from the mouths of our small business owners. The need for cash to float them during this time. They have a viable business and they can get back on their feet, but they need some cash flow. And remember, when we did the first loan program, the $1 million that the city offered, there were over 1,400 applicants for that funding, 2,500 applications that weren't even fully complete. But if we just took the 1,400 applicants back in March at $25,000 a piece, that was a $35 million ask in March. And again, our businesses have now gone through another 4, 5, 6 payroll cycles, and will continue to go through that where they're floating capital. So if there was a need in March for 35 million, there is clearly a need for that now, if not more so. Also, the direct feedback we've gotten from our businesses on the damage that they've experienced in the last 30 days, while insurance is a part of this equation, and while we were coaching folks through that, the damage right now, just in the feedback from our 23 organizations, is totaling over $20 million. So when we're talking about these buckets of money and they sound really large, I can't overemphasize that the need is far greater than even what we're going to be able to put forward in these recommendations. And we will follow up through this week to get you those real stories as well, so that you can hear directly from businesses in your district to help kind of put some framing around these dollars.
Amanda?
Yes.
If we can move through just a little bit, please. We've got 40 people in the queue from the public who want to talk to us. And this is a stage setter, so just if you can move through a little bit quicker, I'd appreciate it. It's very important.
You got to appreciate that.
Okay.
So we also heard from our folks their need for support. And obviously we can talk to you more about that. But again, that need for direct one-on-one support that is customized to their need is great. So with that, there are really 3 key recommendations that we made in the letter. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Pat, to talk through those briefly on what that looks like so you can kind of get your mind around it. But I would be remiss if I didn't say that with these recommendations, we are also bringing $1.6 million in matching grant funds to the program. So something to keep in mind as we work through this. And with that, I will turn it over.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you, Amanda. So just wanted to say thank you all. And we really started this conversation around stabilization, around growth opportunity, what the CARES Act funding should be going to. And so we identified 3 different buckets of funding that we would like you to consider. The first bucket of funding is a $5 million Business Emergency Recovery Fund. Now that fund is necessary to establish a pathway forward for small business around the impact of theft, vandalism, property destruction that they've experienced in the last 30 days. Those costs include board and protect properties, cost to repair damages, insurance deductibles, and non-reimbursable damage mitigation expenses. What we expect and what we would hope that you exhaust all other funding options that are non-CARE dollar related. We don't know if this is legal or not to be able to take CARE dollars to be able to fund this fund, but we are asking that $5 million be set aside for business emergency recovery, specifically to the impact that happened through the looting over the last several days. And Amanda did allude to that was $20 million in damages, and so we will have more specificity around that in the coming week. The next slide, please. What we're also asking for is that $10 million that you already approved at your May City Council meeting be fully funded for a business stabilization fund. And that really is about a loan, forgivable loan program that would go to small businesses to directly address the impact of COVID-19. So we're asking that that $10 million be set aside in total for a forgivable loan grant program. Next slide. We're also asking for $5.5 million in technical assistance, which is a wraparound package for all the work that needs to be done around COVID-19. We talked about stabilization, we talked about triage, and we also talked about the growth opportunity that's going to come as we start to pivot into a post-COVID-19 economy. So this is really, really important. And I think that Amanda also alluded to the fact that we were going to be able to match these dollars with $1.6 million in partner organization matching funds. Part of the $5.5 million is a $650,000 ask that would go directly towards technical assistance to help our small businesses navigate if they're successful in obtaining the loan from the $10 million stabilization fund. If they were successful in getting that loan, the $650,000 would be applied towards the technical assistance to help them navigate through that process. So next slide.
And finally, we just want to reassure you that we know this is a big ask. We know these are aggressive timelines, and we are here to help. So we have 3 recommendations on a business community task force that is ready to roll on this $5 million recovery fund. There is also a strong option for an intermediary to manage the funds, to take the burden off city staff and speed up that timeline, as well as ensure compliance. And we've got a team of volunteers that are ready to review applications, to support city staff, to do whatever needs to be done. If we got to put in 14 hours a day for the next week to make this happen, we are more than willing to do that. So with that, we just thank you for your time. We wanted to get that information into your hands. We know you have the letter, and I'm sure that you have questions. We would hope that you could consider this now, work with us on this aggressive timeline, and that we would be able to bring this to a favorable motion next Tuesday.
Nope, we're not going to. I don't want to open up a council discussion here, please. I really do not. The idea here was to allow this presentation, which was intended as a reflection of a broader community. We're going to have a full opportunity to discuss and debate what the proposal here, together with the staff recommendation. But I had asked for this information, if you will, or this work product from the broader business community, and so I wanted to afford them a week ahead of time with the opportunity to just present it. But I'd really like to get to the consent calendar because we've got over 30 speakers in the queue, and it is already 8.
Mayor, will this be agendized for next week? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, great. Thank you.
No action, no vote tonight. But I want to thank Amanda and Pat and the broader coalition, because I think maybe the most important slide of all the slides was the first one that showed the wide breadth of support from the diversity of our business community. The question and the challenge is going to be how we fit the dollars into very important, compelling proposals. And that's the same discussion we just had a few moments ago with the Youth Commission, and look forward to this. But no matter what, we're going to do a lot of good here and provide a lot of relief. All right. The consent calendar is on, of course, deals with the emergency declarations, the lifting of the curfew, et cetera. And so there are a lot of people signed up who want to talk about the consent calendar. Why don't I take a motion on the consent calendar first? Moved by Councilmember Chenier. Is there a second?
Second by Councilmember Jennings.
Okay, very good. Let's hear the public testimony.
Thank you. First caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Am I speaking now?
Yes,
or
you are.
is Mayor Steinberg still speaking because the live stream seems delayed?
Right, and the hold message should have told you to mute your audio on your machine. So you are starting now.
Okay, so assuming my 2 minutes are starting now, my public comment is that I support protesters and I want you, the city council, to defund the police. I know that may be hard to do because they campaign contribute a substantial amount of finances every cycle. The reality is police are completely out of control. Police can kill anyone, anywhere, for any reason with zero consequences. Police know that, and they will not be held accountable by a city council that makes empty promises and words, not actions, and don't do what Black and brown communities say they need. We want this body to take real action to stop police violence. It is shameful to say Black Lives Matter and then do the opposite of what Black people are explicitly saying they need. This council should take back the $10 million in new money allocated to SAC PD and invest it in our youth through the programs that they have explicitly asked for in this agenda. I think now is a good time to note that Councilmember Ashby has accepted at least $6,000 in sheriff and cop money for her 2022 race.
Well, hold
and
on.
Hanson has
Hold on, sir. Stop the clock, please.
sorry.
Wait. I'm going to give a lot of leeway because given all that is happening in your community, I want to be heard. But I want to say there's a argument here that this is about whether or not to continue the state of emergency, not about police defunding, which is a very important and relevant topic. And so I would ask the speakers here if they could try to keep it to the item that we're being asked to vote on tonight, and that is whether or not to continue formally the emergency declaration, though we have lifted the curfew. I would appreciate that. Please start, and I'll give plenty of leeway here because in some ways many of these issues are all wrapped together. But I would just ask you try to keep to that. Thank you.
Certainly. I will try and keep to that.
Thank you.
So let me restart by saying that I support the protesters and the demonstrators, and that the imposition of the curfew to begin with was not necessary. And the main purpose of the curfew was to provide cover for the police to brutalize protesters who were there protesting police brutality. Again, we want this body to take real action to stop police violence, and that includes ending any curfew and rescinding the order related to civil unrest. A tiny fraction of protesters looted or vandalized stores. Many police assaulted and in times permanently disabled people protesting police brutality. That is completely unacceptable. And this body needs to act in the interest not of police unions and sheriff associations, but people and protesters, especially Black and brown people, saying Black Lives Matter, defund the police. That should be the priority moving forward.
Thank you for your comments. Your 2 minutes is complete. Please make your final comment.
Thank you very much, and I hope you defund the police. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Okay. Hello, Mayor and Council. I'd like to talk about that I support the local emergency declaration. I support the curfews. Anytime there's a protest, I'd like that curfew set in motion. I don't understand why I do support the increased police presence and the National Guard. The more, the better. It seems like all protests get out of hand. So I'd like to know in a way, why don't they bring this in the very first day when they know it's going to start instead of maybe on day 5 or 6 when the damage can be done. A lot of these people are saying that these peaceful protesters, but I don't understand. From what I'm reading, there was 130 businesses that were vandalized. So that's a great concern to me because when they use the word peaceful, no one's talking about these businesses. And the amount of money, I think it was $10 million they said, that would have to go into building these businesses back up, which I don't know who pays for all this. But if those protesters, I think what they should do is, contribute to the fund to do that. I believe that $10 million definitely should stay with the police. They can definitely use it for programs to help more of the youth and things that would help them to have a better relationship. But I would in no way penalize the police for doing the job that they're supposed to be doing. These protesters, to me, they're militant, they're unruly, they're uncivil. They've broken up the Black Lives Matter. They've broken up groups. They barge into meetings. They disrupt the process of civil discourse. And I don't think they should be tolerated. The Black Lives Matter is so racist. Can you imagine if people went around wearing T-shirts, hats, or signs that said White Lives Matter? And I believe that's because, when you say things like that, it implies that the other groups don't matter. But these groups don't want all lives to matter. They want to be treated in a different way. And for that, I absolutely don't agree. I think they bully people, even on the social media. I've heard how the kids...
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Please make your final comment.
Okay, so even on the social media, which is so important to so many people, young and old.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Parker Evans, and I'm a Midtown resident calling about item 2 in the City Council's response to the events of the last 10 days, because I believe they're emblematic of the city's philosophy towards policing as a whole. I called into last week's City Council meeting, urging you to walk back your year-over-year increase to the police funding in the city budget you adopted last month. I heard Don's comments earlier today about the budget and the pre-negotiated salary increases. It cannot be Sacramento's destiny to blindly increase budget for police every year while the council shrugs its shoulders and says there's nothing we can do. You guys are all smart, and I think you got a pretty smart police commissioner. If you wanted it to happen, it would happen. But I haven't heard anybody on the virtual dais yet say that they want it to happen, and I'd really love some answers as to why that's the case. I think it's impossible to have a good faith conversation about police reform under the backdrop of a city budget philosophy that for decades has enabled the transformation of the Sacramento Police Department into an over-equipped, dangerous paramilitary group that is increasingly perceived by its own residents not as a community service, but as an occupying force. I think it's kind of weird and wild that we treat holding police funding steady as this radical, crazy move. You've seen the old playbook, and you know that the old playbook has failed. All this request is to hold the budget for next year the same dollar figure as it is this year. I don't think that's a really crazy concept. You can use that time to institute reforms, like the great ones that the mayor was thinking openly about the other day. But it's really important for us that we see you guys, and we see that you understand, as our community leaders, that the problems with Sac PD are not tied to a lack of funding, a lack of equipment, or a lack of manpower. It's the opposite. I haven't heard anyone tonight acknowledge that yet, and I'm waiting for one council member to acknowledge this problem and to bring the budget back next week to the City Council so that we can solve the problem. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Katie Valenzuela. I'm a resident of Midtown and incoming council member who's excited to join you in December. First of all, I would like to make a quick request for different hold music, because listening to the same jazz loop for 3.5 hours is enough to drive even sane people a little crazy. But secondly, I'm really here today to talk about the $10 million in the budget. I did hear what the city manager said and the finance director said about the fact that this is due to labor agreements, but the budget for the PD is not 100% labor. $10 million is still a very doable ask without firing anybody or violating any labor agreements. And I would say that looking at the overtime, the rubber bullets, the riot gear, the armed vehicles, and the tear gas deployed against peaceful protesters show that $10 million might actually be a low number for us to be asking for. So I urge you to listen to the voices of those of us who've persevered through hours of waiting to tell you that we believe this is a really important step for us to take to start rebuilding trust and start a longer conversation about what public safety looks like in Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Council members, good evening. I'm a Midtown resident. My name is Ezra Lemley. 1 month and 1 day ago, on May 8th, the city of Sacramento voted to defund 11 SAC unified teachers for budgetary reasons. For years, you have chosen to defund teachers, schools, housing, healthcare, homeless services, and other community investments that prevent crime. We are paying armed, untrained police officers to do things that trained, unarmed people could do more effectively and for less. A lot of you take donations from police unions and think you need their support for re-election. That's fine. That's legal. But I urge you to consider that you also need my support for re-election. You also need our support. Rest assured, we will be voting in droves should you fail to defund the police and refund programs that render an overfunded, bloated, and often violent police force unnecessary to begin with. What is the alternative to defunding the police? What is the status quo? The alternative is overfunding the police, the school-to-prison pipeline, more prisons, and less schools. And if it walks like a fascist and quacks like a fascist, then it's not a very good council member. Lastly, I would suggest that the first item to be defunded are the employment of Terrence Mercadal and Jared Robinet, who the city of Sacramento paid a combined $280,000 last year after they murdered Stephon Clark. If you can vote to lay off 11 good teachers because of budget cuts, you can vote to lay off 2 bad cops. I yield my time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, I do not support the curfew, National Guard, rubber bullets, tear gas, and other police violence you unleashed on our city the last few weeks. You elected officials who are paid with our tax money need to stop funding the violent police that have been terrorizing our community in Sacramento and stop wasting our time. Your duty is to work for all the people in your district, not the police union. Again, your duty is to work for all the people in your district, not the police or their union. Your officers show no remorse or care for the damage that they do to Black lives, whether adults or children. I have witnessed SAC-PD's violence firsthand. I have bandaged the injuries they caused. It is unacceptable. I demand you take the $10 million new money allocated to the SAC-PD for next year's budget immediately away. Put that money in the youth programs being asked for in this agenda. Stop investing in ways to hurt and restrain our community and instead invest in its growth. Invest in its growth. SAC-PD murdering people of color is a public health and safety crisis. You know what to do about it. Stop playing dumb and get out of your comfort zone. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Nick. I live in Midtown. I would like to voice my opposition to the $10 million increase to the Sacramento Police Department's budget next year. The reserves of tear gas, helicopters, rubber bullets, and riot gear suggests that the $10 million can be stopped without affecting salaries or labor agreements. I believe that we should instead be investing in our youth through education, healthcare, and housing. I support peaceful protests demanding action to protect our Black community members from police violence. We should promote a criminal justice system in our community based on immediate harm reduction and restorative justice. Campaign Zero's 8 Can't Wait movement outlines a new method of policing that we could use, including banning chokeholds and strangleholds, requiring de-escalation, requiring warning before shooting, exhausting all alternatives before shooting, duty to intervene, banning shooting at moving vehicles, requiring use of force continuum, and requiring comprehensive reporting. When you are in a position of power and service to your community, you should follow your words with forceful action. Black Lives Matter is the pursuit of equality of value and opportunity. While racial disparities in our community exist in terms of access to education, healthcare, and basic necessities like food and housing, especially during a pandemic, we cannot in good conscience continue to militarize a police force that is supposed to protect and serve us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Felisa. I am a South Sacramento native. I have a master's degree in social work with an emphasis in public policy and criminal justice. In addition, I've lived in D.C. analyzing criminal justice policies for the past 2 years. I'm here today to express my concerns for the proposed FY21 budget and the amount of funding for the Sacramento Police Department. As others have stated, not only does this budget invest too much in the police, but it is also missing funding compared to FY20's budget. Because of these issues, the budget needs to be reviewed, corrected, and adjusted to defunding the police and diverting the funds towards the community. The department's budget is over $150 million. It receives over 1/3 of the city's budget. The budget and your budget priorities reflect your leadership and how much you care about Sacramento, how much you care about those experiencing homelessness, about after-school programs on penny budgets, about neighborhoods that are food deserts. This budget is upsetting and insulting. Cities across the nation, such as LA and Minneapolis, are defunding their departments and redistributing it to the specific needs of the community. The solution to ending police violence and cultivating a safe city includes reducing the power of the police and their contact with the public. We need to dramatically shrink the function of police in our communities. The city is asking and demanding non-police solutions to the problems we face. Our city must invest in community-based services that address the underlying issues that result in police violence. We must invest in solutions that directly target the problems of public safety. I, as well as thousands of others, disapprove Mayor Steinberg's FY21 budget. I am demanding that the budget be adjusted to defund the police department and to divert the money towards investing in our communities. I ask you to exercise the full extent of your powers, Mayor and City Council, to uphold the safety and well-being of our communities by defunding the police department, ending the flow of people into the jail, and investing in our communities. Bring back the budget next week. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Okay, thanks. My name is Dana Isaacs, and I am a downtown Sacramento resident from District 4, speaking on behalf of Item 2. I am a medical student at UC Davis with a Master of Public Health degree. Police violence rooted in systemic racism is a public health crisis that causes devastating physical and mental health consequences for Black lives. Like the COVID-19 pandemic, this issue requires urgent local, state, and national action, and we can do our part right here in Sacramento. I fully stand behind the protesters and oppose future curfews, as well as the use of crowd control weapons by police officers, especially as one of the healthcare providers caring for these injured protesters. I am requesting that the additional $10 million allocated to the SAC PD for next year's budget instead be invested in our youth through the programs discussed previously in this agenda. Thank you for your time. And I yield the rest of my time.
Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Paul, District 4. I'm disappointed to be a Sacramento native after seeing these recent series of events. Rather than reacting to the outrage that brought on these protests, I saw callous responses to property damages. People who are fundamentally alienated by a system through the wanton disregard of police are hardly in a place to care if your windows get broken or paint sprayed on the exterior of a building. I saw a lot of condescension from the mayor and others to the valid concerns brought by a frustrated minority that statistics show is systematically disenfranchised from our community through the use of force. By addressing primarily property issues and not the increased likelihood of death for them, death at the hands of law enforcement with no day in court and no handing down of a sentence. Lives mean more than property, even if you don't show it by holding police accountable. On the contrary, there are too many processes designed to ensure that aren't held accountable. From the Police Bill of Rights to qualified immunity, to a DA who is responsible for holding police accountable, but is also dependent on their services so you can't piss them off too much. The system is made to ensure bad cops aren't held responsible, that citizens don't get justice, and that more of our budget goes to policing that is trying to serve an ever-broadening number of issues that they just aren't qualified to take on, from mental health to substance abuse to homelessness. All of these need social program funding that can ensure that issues are addressed before it gets to the stage where weapons need to be involved. We're treating a cough by smothering the person, rather than looking at the underlying issues of systemic racism that results in lower paying jobs, lower levels of income, increased chance of dying due to lack of adequate health care, even down to food deserts, which don't allow families to get healthy food without a car and free time to go shopping. But to return to the subject at hand, seeing soldiers here, often for days, beyond any looting or violence was occurring, to see a curfew enacted and police escalating in the face of protesters using their First Amendment rights was just gross. At times, the presence of soldiers felt like an occupying army. At times, I thought they might be needed to keep the police at bay from abusive practices that seek to protect themselves and their livelihoods at the cost of our freedoms. And lastly, a budget is a moral document. It tells us what your priorities are, whether that is funding police or working to ensure the police aren't necessary and citizens are taken care of in such a manner that they aren't left in despair.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jessica Gotch. I'm a resident of District 6 of Sacramento County. I've waited for 4 hours to speak to you, so I have a lot to say.
First of all, I want to express my sincere support for protesters who are demanding action to protect our Black community members from police violence. I've been part of these protests every single time it was peaceful. For the record, Karen, I'm not a militant, so I just wanted to get that on the record. And many of you here have said that you believe that Black Lives Matter, but those words mean nothing without actual action. So we need to see policy changes rolled out as quickly as the National Guard and curfews were rolled out. So I demand that you take back the $10 million in new money allocated to SAC PD for next year's budget. As Katie, Councilmember-elect Katie mentioned earlier, we can put that money toward our community without firing anyone or, going back on a labor agreement. So we need to, especially during a pandemic, which disproportionately is affecting Black Americans, it's more critical than ever that our communities get access to healthcare, housing, good jobs, and that we keep them safe from racist policing and ongoing police brutality. And our communities have already experienced devastating losses at the hands of policing policies and culture. We remember Stephon Clark, Ryan Ellis, Michael McIntyre, Antonio Thomas, Marshall Miles, Daryl Richards, and more. And I believe that our criminal justice system is not broken. It is working exactly as it has been designed by oppressing historically disenfranchised communities. And we demand accountability, so we need to take immediate and swift action on this issue. So I ask you to exercise the full extent of your power as mayor and city council to uphold the safety and well-being of our community.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Please make your final comment.
I would like you to use your power to defund the Sacramento Police Department and ending the flow of people into jail and
Thank you for your comments.
Invest in our community.
Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you to the council members and commissioners. My name is Sonia Collar, and I'm a proud resident of Sacramento. I have watched events unfold in the past few weeks surrounding the unjust murder of George Floyd. These events behoove us to take action, which is long, long overdue. I demand action to protect our Black community from police violence, to rescind the local emergency declaration due to civil unrest, stop purchasing military gear and armored vehicles, and ban the use of militarized response against protesters. I watched the live feed each evening during peaceful protesting. It was clear that the police were targeting the protesters and not the people vandalizing. Many peaceful protesters were injured and even blinded by rubber bullets. It was also clear that the police were the ones escalating the violence. Them showing up in full riot gear is an automatic escalation of violence, especially in the presence of peaceful protesters who mostly came in shorts and t-shirts, wearing their masks to protect against COVID, and helping each other by bringing first aid and water. And the protest organizers constantly were asking everyone to be peaceful. And yes, I do feel for the small business owners that were impacted by the vandalism, but we cannot hold that up as equivalent to police brutalizing and murdering our Black community members with impunity. The idea to defund the police and rethink community safety is not a new concept. Black leaders in this community have been bringing solutions to this council before, and you have not taken enough action. And I just cannot fathom the idea of this city moving forward again and again with Band-Aid solutions. Simply restricting chokeholds or getting more body cameras will not solve this problem. Only updating our use of force policy is not enough. I demand changes to the budget to redirect money allocated to SAC-PD to go instead to prevention-centered programs. You are our elected leaders. You have the power to change this now. Don't put this off any longer. I demand prevention over policing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Catherine Link Oberstar. I'm a resident of Sacramento, Council District 3. I'm here today to express my concerns about the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget, particularly the amount of funding for the Sacramento Police Department. I'm here to ask you to take steps today and in the coming days to defund the police and divert these funds toward community safety programs. The people of Sacramento and across this country have spoken. We're tired of racist policing, and we're tired of punitive and reactionary measures rather than preventative and reformative measures that care for our communities. Increased policing makes our communities more vulnerable to violence, And we need to be investing in our communities, not the police, especially in these times where we're faced with the challenges of COVID-19 that disproportionately impact the same communities that are also disproportionately experience violence from policing. Public safety needs to include investment in housing, in healthcare, in foods, in good jobs, education, public transit, resources for small businesses and undocumented people. This is what leads to community health and safety, not increased funding to the police. So I'm here asking that the budget be adjusted to defund the police department and to take this money and invest it in our communities and community safety strategies. Minneapolis and cities across the country are taking action because they have learned and they've listened to their constituents and heard that this is what they want. This is the future that the people are asking for. It's your turn to take a step. It's our turn as the city of Sacramento to take a step. And we will not forget the people who are out in the streets protesting, who are waiting on hold for hours to talk to you today. We will not forget how you choose to act in this pivotal moment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Evan Minton. I want to state that I support the protesters who are demanding action to protect our Black community members from police violence. My activism demands that I state to you publicly that you had the ability to pass police violence reforms based on recommendations from your own police advisory commission. You didn't. Meanwhile, unarmed Black Sacramentans were killed and injured by overzealous police officers. One victim was someone that I love. The police recommendation sat on your desk for nearly 2 years, and you did not even put them on your agenda for a vote. So many of us in the community watched you then, but so many more are watching you today. We know that you have the ability to act now, and we wonder if you will. An important action that you can take soon is to simply not increase next year's police budget. Do not bloat the police budget any further. You have given them an army tank, you have given them a drone, you have given them enough. Instead, shift your focus to concentrating on those most in need. Take the $10 million and invest it in our youth through prevention programs. Prevention needs to be prioritized before policing. While listening is important, so far your silence and inaction has been deadly. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, my name is Ruth Cabral from District 6. I want to thank the Youth Commission. I would love to have them participate in all of these council meetings. Their leadership, thoughtfulness, and inclusivity is outstanding. I commend all of them. I participated in the protests. I witnessed firsthand how peaceful they have been. And what you're hearing tonight from the community is to hold off on doing something. I've been to many community meetings, and I've asked you to hold off on doing something in order to figure something else out, right? We can do hard things. We can be creative. I want to remind you all that it's been 814 days since Stephon Clark was shot and killed. 814 days, and what has been accomplished? There are some things that have been accomplished, but we have not moved far enough. Antonio Thomas was killed just 4 months ago. 4 months ago. So I'm asking you to take action. If you want to say Black Lives Matter, you need to take the actual action in order to prevent police violence from happening. So please take action. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening. My name is Yasmin and I live in Midtown. Even though you've tried to delay these comments for hours, I'm calling to support the protesters who are demanding action to protect our Black community members from police violence. Many of you have said that you believe Black Lives Matter, and you've had the chance to back those statements up before the murder of George Floyd, but you've done nothing. There has still been no justice for Stephon Clark. I was appalled to see you call the National Guard to Sacramento and disappointed that it was approved by unanimous vote. Bringing in armed guards did nothing to solve the issue of police brutality. In fact, countless protesters have been hurt by SacPD during the protests. It's time to redirect funding from police to community services. Investment in services to address community needs will reduce calls for police and are far more evidence-based and cost-effective than using police to address social issues for which they are not trained. Invest that money in our youth through the programs they've asked for in this meeting. Instead of making them prioritize their suggestions, just invest the money required to do the work that will actually help people. The $10 million that has been addressed should just be the beginning of the conversation. More money is needed in the community for education, social services, healthcare, and more, rather than continuing to juice the budget of an abusive and racist police force that is never held accountable. Thank you. Defund the Sacramento Police Department. I yield my time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, council members and all. My name is Puneet Purwal. I am a Sacramento resident in Council Member Hanson's district. First, I would like to thank the council for hosting our wonderful future leaders who are the Youth Commission. The reason I am calling is to express my opposition to the portion of item 2 on the agenda that allocates an additional $10 million in funding to the Sacramento Police Department. As a downtown Sacramento resident for many years, I've seen firsthand the abuse of our unhoused community in Cesar Chavez Park and around the Capitol by Sacramento Police Department. And simultaneously, I've also seen years of legislation passed in good faith that is directed towards implementing more training and cultural competency to deal with these types of situations, including use of force restrictions on all police officers throughout the state that just have not resulted in enough change. The 2019 Department of Justice study over the Sacramento Police Department even found enough deficiencies in the Sacramento Police Department's use of force policies, including lack of sufficient detail to providing efficient guidance on de-escalation, which is crucial in dealing with situations surrounding our unhoused community, especially considering many of them deal with substance use disorders and mental health crises, and how to employ varying kinds of force. And I am especially looking to you, Mayor Steinberg, who has been a legislative champion and such a great champion of mental health during your role as mayor in Sacramento, to reallocate these funds where they would be better off used, which is in our mental health system, and helping integrating our system and supporting programs such as youth peer support, as the commission so eloquently.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment?
I highly oppose the additional allocation of the $10 million towards the Sacramento Police Department, and I would like to see them directed towards public health.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council. Caller, you have 2 minutes to address the council. Caller, you have 2 minutes to address the council. Next caller, please. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Micah. I'm a Sacramento resident, constituent here in District 6. Thanks for taking my comment. I'm calling in support of the protesters demanding action to protect Black lives from police violence, demanding justice for George Floyd, Stephon Clark, Breonna Taylor, Philando Castile, and the many more Black people killed by police officers who face no real accountability to the communities they claim to protect and serve. This is a historic time for reckoning with the racist violence that the policing system supports, not a time to be dumping an additional $10 million into that system, even if the money was already promised the police union. Our citizens are more important than the police union, and the police should not be responsible for mental health response. They're universally awful at that job. Many of you have said that you believe that Black Lives Matter, but sentiment without action is insufficient for the people of Sacramento. We will not be satisfied by the police performatively taking a knee with protesters peaceful protesters even, only to line up like a firing squad to gas them and shoot at them later that same night. We need concrete steps toward replacing the violence and unaccountable power wielded by police with specific services that address the needs of our city's people. Police violence should be the last resort, not the first, until eventually we can eliminate it entirely. We can't keep killing people and ruining lives just to protect wealth and racism. This means spending less money on policing and more money on social services. We can't be afraid to cut funding to an inhumane system, especially when it means we can invest that money in our youth instead. So please, Council, take back the additional $10 million you were planning on using to fund the police and use it on these youth-led mental health services. Use it on programs like Healing the Hood. Use it for services that prevent violence rather than funding it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Natalie Mendoza, and city council members, mayor, you've had multiple calls tonight asking for pretty much the same thing: defund the police and invest in our communities. And I hate that I have to caveat this, but please pay attention to what I'm saying right now, because I feel like in the sea of everyone saying the same thing, it can get a little monotonous. And I know it's been a long night for you, but Mayor Steinberg, you stood up on Saturday at the march and proclaimed Black Lives Matter proudly and loudly. And myself, as a community member, I'm asking you as mayor and city council members, I'm asking you as a city council to put your power where your mouth is. California as a state takes pride in the fact that we are among the most progressive states in the country. As the capital city of California, we should be leading the way with concrete, actionable, immediate, effective change. Earlier, a council member mentioned that there's change coming down the line that maybe we don't know about yet. And I believe that we as a community deserve to know how you specifically plan to address our concerns that we've been crying out, honestly, for years. And we don't want empty promises or lip service or photo ops. We want change. Again, we want change. I'm not sure how we have to say it or what we have to do, but we want change. What are you going to do? The city of Minneapolis has taken concrete steps to defund their police because they are beginning to recognize that reform doesn't work. More training doesn't work. Most of the situations police are called upon are better handled by social workers or mental health professionals. If you
Thank
claim
you for
to
your
be
comments. Your
allies,
time is complete. Will you please make your final comment?
please put your power where your mouth is and don't speak empty words. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Ilanka Slatar, and I am a resident in Sacramento District 2, Alan Warren's district. I'm calling today to support all of the other calls that have been coming in asking for the defunding and demilitarization of our police department. We do not need $10 million more dollars going to the police today. What we need is those same funds to be allocated to the youth programs, to those homelessness programs, to that mental health programs. That's where we need this investment. The police should not be the judges, the jury, and the executioner in the streets. I have been appalled to see the reaction from both the police and from the National Guard against peaceful, unprovoked responses against peaceful protesters. We need a return of the rule of law. These police officers cannot be above the law, and nobody deserves to be shot in the streets for whether or not they have committed a crime. If they are unarmed, then anybody who is shooting unarmed people, including police officers, should be charged and tried by a jury. We need independent investigations from third parties that are not involved with the police force to hold cops accountable for the actions that they take. Again, we do not need more more funding to the police. We need to redistribute those funds to those services that our city so desperately needs. Thank you. I yield my time.
Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Catherine Rivera, and I'm a Latinx lesbian and disabled resident of Sacramento in the 6th District. First, I'd like to remind the council that you work for the people of Sacramento. You were hired by us. You work for us. Do not take your seats on this council for granted, because we can vote you out as fast as we voted you in. Are any of you taking notes? Are any of you even listening? Secondly, I would like to address the fact that your police department shot rubber bullets at 2 minors in the face. One of them is waiting for jaw surgery, and the other is blind in one eye. Mayor Steinberg has yet to publicly comment on this or release the names of the officers who shot them point blank in the face. Your constituents are begging you for change. Do not uphold the state of emergency, and do not give $10 million to your racist police force. I yield my time.
Next caller, please. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Your constituents are begging you for change.
Hi, my name is Kelly Maitland, and I'm a Sacramento resident. I'm going to keep this short so that any people of color in the queue have the opportunity to speak, despite your blatant diversionary tactics to delay and prevent hearing public comments related to police funding. I demand that you immediately rescind the $10 million allocated to the police budget for next year. I'd also like to make clear that we see and we hear you, Mayor Steinberg. We see your performative action in regard to the police brutality and police murder in our communities, and we're not falling for it. We saw you lauded as a hero on Saturday for reversing the curfew that you enacted and kicking out the National Guard who you invited to our city. It's your job as mayor to put your money where your mouth is, to put our money where we want it. It's astounding that you somehow can't defund the police, but you can defund our public works and libraries. Let me ask you this. How much did those police choppers cost that you had circling your personal residence during Friday night's peaceful sit-in? How much of that money could have been poured back into our community? It's time for you to take specific action to address our specific concerns. I yield my time.
Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Robert Longer, and I'm of District 3, and I'm calling to say that I'm just sickened and really appalled that our city, the city that I grew up in, born and raised, lived my whole life, is treating our Black and brown residents differently, like second-class citizens. It's not enough to have platitudes and to say that you believe in Black Lives Matter and then call in the National Guard. It's not enough to say that you support Black lives and then allow the police to use militarized weaponry, weapons that were banned in the Geneva Convention, like tear gas, as well as rubber bullets that are 2 or 3 inches long that can cause loss of limbs or eyes, against citizens engaging in peaceful protest and their First Amendment rights. This is not the Sacramento that I want to live in, and you are not the leaders that I want representing us if you cannot understand that these are things that go against the very grain of what it means to be a good city, a world-class city, and a city that honors Black and brown people. To that end, I ask that you defund the police department, take away the $10 million that was allocated, and understand that we're asking this because we've seen this money go to be used against the citizens of Sacramento and against advancing the best interests of citizens and the best interests of Black and brown people in the city of Sacramento. So I ask you to stand with us, the people. Don't side with law enforcement if they're not enforcing laws. Please stand with the people, stand with Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, good evening. My name is Malcolm, and I have been extremely disappointed by all of you in regards to the Black Lives Matter movement. Several council members and the mayor attended protests last week and got some good photo ops, but you've been silent on actual solutions. You acted quickly to implement a curfew to suppress the protests, but have done nothing while your police are brutalizing protesters. The police have shot protesters in the head with rubber bullets and tear gas canisters. These victims have fractured skulls and broken jaws. There's a victim that is now blind in one eye. The police have shown that not only do they not protect our community, but they actively harm it. The $10 million budget increase should be clawed back and invested in our community through the youth proposals we heard earlier. You should also be looking at avenues to defund the police and heal our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, my name is David Lorette Mola, proud national and international representative of the city as a first-generation Cuban-American professional, full-time spoken word artist. My stage name is Andes, and I, much like the Youth Council stated earlier here today, would like to see the $10 million intended for our police force to be reallocated to community and mental health programs. Additionally, I would like to see the emergency declaration lifted for the following reasons. Mayor Steinberg, in your own words, you said on Capitol Public Radio that we have put our officers in situations that they are not adequately prepared for. And because they have weapons, the public is in danger. You then, in that same interview, specified that you would like to rather see mental health support, intervention workers, and social workers and other individuals trained for more specific situations be used rather than calling 911. And I agree with those thoughts. As such, in addition to lifting the emergency declaration, I would love to see this council shrink the responsibilities and the money allocated to our police force, and rather give it to our community through intervention and community programs that can actually address the underlying issues of our population. The past week and more, our protests have been met with excessive use of force. As I have seen police not only initiate conflict with peaceful protesters, but I witnessed them shooting protesters who are actually stopping and blocking looters who have regularly been shown to be external to the protesters, as evidenced by the peace over the past couple of days. During this time, our police have utilized tear gas against peaceful protesters, tear gas which is against the Geneva Convention and is certainly inappropriate for use on our citizens in any form. As such, I would like to see their military-style assets retaken, sold, and that money distributed to public programs based around mental health and social work, as I mentioned before. Also, I would like for you to re-examine your support of D.A.
Your 2
Schubert.
minutes is complete. Please make your final comment.
Re-examine your support of D.A. Schubert. She's levied $250,000 bails on protesters who were peaceful.
Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor and council members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Ina Lupin. I'm a resident of District 5. I fully stand behind the protesters who really make me proud to live in this city. I've attended some of the protests and can attest to the fact that they have been peaceful and have in no way warranted the show of force that has been deployed to control them. As you know all too well, police brutality is a serious issue in our community, and the last thing we should be doing is increasing funding to the SAC PD. I'm calling to demand that you take back the $10 million in new money allocated to the PD for next year's budget. This money can absolutely be spent in better ways
including supporting youth programs as discussed earlier during this meeting. And the last thing that we need is more funding for policing. We need to be addressing the housing crisis, the mental health crisis, the economic crisis, and the climate crisis that this community is facing. The real threat here is not the protesters, and it certainly isn't our Black community members who have been over-policed and underserved in our community for far too long. Council members, you have the opportunity to make real change in this historic time. It may seem easier to continue with the status quo, continually increasing funding to the SAC PD in the name of law and order. But you must know full well that the last thing this community needs is more police. Please make the decision you know is right and redirect funding from policing to actually supporting this community. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Natalie Antolin. I am a resident of Sacramento County. I believe that the protesters are advocating for public safety and well-being much more than SAC PD, who instead actively traumatizes this community. In her lecture on race, crime, and punishment to the University of Wisconsin-Madison in 1999, Angela Davis states that our criminal justice system sends increasing numbers of people to prison by first robbing them of housing, health care, education, and welfare, and then punishing them when they participate in underground economies. Later, she also states that precisely the resources we need in order to prevent people from going to prison are being devoured by the prison system. This means that the prison reproduces the conditions of its own expansion, creating a syndrome of self-perpetuation. These words resonate with Sacramento policing today, where money can be spent to fund police brutalities such as the murder of Stephon Clark and tear gas and rubber bullets against protesters, but not to shelter our houseless population. And I know from answering the support line for WEAVE that Sacramento is in desperate need of more free housing and mental health care. The entire Sacramento Police Department budget would be better spent this way, but we can start by taking back the $10 million for next year and instead allocate it towards sheltering our houseless population and or towards the youth programs mentioned earlier. And on that topic, council members rightfully praised the youth commissioners for advocating for mental health. And so I urge you to consider that having to constantly be afraid of harassment, abuse, and murder from SAC PD is detrimental to your Black citizens' mental health. And it will not stop until you defund and abolish SAC PD, because this violence and trauma is a result of the system working as designed. Thank you.
Thank you. I have 4 more callers. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi there. My name is Gabriella Denny, and I'm a resident of District 4. As your constituent, I ask that the mayor and city council members do more to support the Black members of our community and remove the National Guard troops from Sacramento, refuse to enact future curfews, and stop the use of rubber bullets and tear gas on the citizens of Sacramento. If you want to prevent civil unrest, you need to prevent the cause of civil unrest, which is violence at the hands of police. I call on you to reverse the $10 million in additional funds allocated to the Sacramento PD for next year's budget, and rather invest that money in our youth through the programs that they've asked for earlier in this meeting. I recognize the city manager's comment regarding the labor agreement with Sacramento PD, but the issue stands that we need to defund the police department and take action to move towards alternative methods of public safety. It's not that we can't afford to disband the police, it's that we can't afford not to do so. This is an issue that I will keep at the forefront of my mind in my political organizing leading up to the next election cycle. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Council, this is Craig Siegel, District 4. Of course you should rescind the emergency declaration. You never should have put it in place. But this is also a time for some self-reflection. Your choice when confronted with protests was immediately to cede democratic control and militarize the city, sending copters overhead and guns pointed at protesters. It wasn't acceptable. It still isn't acceptable now after ACLU litigation threats have forced you to back down well before you had intended to do so. When the mayor talks about wanting to lead a healing conversation, I think we need to be frank. that healing conversation needs to start with accountability, with apologies from the council for imposing this illegal curfew, and with a real conversation about the budget after the emergency order is lifted. Folks have talked about $10 million. Well, that's just the increase for this year. We're talking about $150 million roughly. Well, the city, goes core for sort of basic amenities, for mental health care, for children's services. There's an easy answer here, and it is to finally catch up with actually progressive cities across the country, using your power to partner with the community and fund them rather than with our bloated, abusive police budget. You've shown by your choices so far that you are not in line with the community, that you are ready, in fact, to cede your own leadership. It is past time for reflection and for change, and that, Mayor, is what a healing conversation would be, not immediately dismissing the idea of leading in the budget with our values. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thanks. My name is Nicole Restmeyer. I live in District 8. I wanted to echo the dozens of other calls you have received in support of Black Lives Matter tonight. I wanted to express my disappointment in the city bringing in the National Guard and imposing the curfew, which the police used as a legal shield to shoot peaceful protesters. People have been horribly maimed. A National Lawyers Guild observer was shot in the face with a rubber bullet. Another woman lost her eye. A Black teenager was shot and now has a gaping wound in his face and a broken jaw. There has been a lot of discussion about the city budget at this meeting. I want to take a moment to remind you that the city and the city's taxpayers will be on the hook for any lawsuits filed by protesters against the Sac Police Department and the city for the abuse they suffered. Those forthcoming settlements for police violence will come out of our pockets. So we're literally subsidizing more terror and more police violence against our Black communities, and that's unacceptable. Lastly, I want to say use of force reforms are not enough. This is a systemic issue. The foundations of policing in this country are rotten, so please take action to pull funding from SAC PD and invest that money in housing, mental health, and prevention programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I have no more callers.
Well, thank you very much for all the members of the public that called in. Thank you to the city staff. Thank you to my colleagues on the city council for a long but very important evening of decision-making and of listening. Nothing more to come before the city council. We do have to vote on the consent calendar. Excuse me. Oh, boy, that might have been bad. Okay, please call the roll on the consent calendar.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Ashby?
Yes.
Councilmember Warren?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Hanson?
Yes.
Councilmember Chenier?
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra? Aye. Councilmember Jennings?
Aye.
Councilmember Carr?
Aye.
And Mayor Steinberg?
Aye, the consent calendar passes. All right, now if there's nothing more to come before the city council, thank you all. We are adjourned.